Chapter 1335. Thinking of this, the whole matter suddenly became clear. He should have thought of this earlier. How could a true saint have a problem with his body so easily, even endangering his life? The only possibility was that the continuous damage would eventually shake his foundation and lead to irreversible consequences. And Peach Girl was the heavy mountain that the yard master was carrying. Her soul scattering meant certain death, but the yard master had forcefully prolonged Peach Girl's life until now. Even a true saint would have to pay the price. Qin Yu had guessed this long ago, but he did not expect the price to be so heavy. It was no wonder that the peach garden had changed its style over the years. It was so peaceful that many people had forgotten the overbearing and ruthless methods of the yard master when the peach garden was first built. Thinking about it, the yard master must have sensed his own problems many years ago, so he tried his best to reduce his attacks. If he continued to think about it, the sudden exposure of the yard master's body might be related to the massacre of the Netherworld saint outside the Lost Garden not long ago. Knowing that it was impossible, he still did it. Did the yard master anticipate something, so he took the opportunity to intimidate the heavens and maintain the stability of the peach garden? The yard master looked calm. Glancing at the complicated expression on Qin Yu's face, she said, "Don't tell Peach Girl." That was all. There was no need to say more. The yard master was well aware of Qin Yu's original purpose of entering the peach garden, so any words of persuasion would be hypocritical. Qin Yu took a deep breath and bowed. "Master, you are a great father." "Not really." The yard master waved his hand. "In the beginning, I thought I could hold on. I even thought of filling the vacancy of the ruler and finally saving Peach Girl. But unfortunately, my prediction was wrong. The vacancy of the ruler was just an illusion. If I knew from the beginning that I would die to save Peach Girl, maybe I would have made other choices." He looked up at the sky of the peach garden, his expression extremely calm. "My life may be extremely illustrious in the eyes of the world, but I am a real failure." That year, the catastrophe suddenly descended. Master couldn't resist it and was killed. After I achieved the Tao, I swore to find the truth, but I found nothing. Your master's wife was the only woman I loved. I promised to accompany her until we grew old, but she died because of me. I was by her side before she died. Your master's wife said that she didn't blame me. I know that she spoke from the bottom of her heart, but I can't forgive myself. My only daughter's soul was scattered and on the brink of death. As her father, I once promised her mother that I would protect her for the rest of her life and not let her be harmed. In the end, I still broke my promise, leaving her with no other choice. In this half-dead state, I'm gasping for breath in this world, enduring endless pain." The yard master lowered her head and looked straight at Qin Yu. "I can't find the cause and effect of Master's death, so I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to find anything else. Your master's wife has already died. A ruler might be able to reverse the river of time and change some things, but it's impossible for him to bring back the dead. I've been a failure my entire life, and Peach Blossom is my last hope. I can't let anything happen to her. Qin Yu, I want you to promise me that no matter what happens in the future, as long as there is even the slightest possibility, you must protect her life. I don't ask for anything else, I just want Peach Girl to live." Qin Yu bowed. "This disciple swears that no matter what situation I face, I will do my utmost to protect senior apprentice Sister Peach Maiden." His words came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, when Qin Yu faced the yard master, he was filled with respect and deep gratitude. If he hadn't extended Peach Maiden's life and allowed her to cultivate the myriad soul path, Ning Ling and Yu Qi wouldn't have existed in this world. Although that might be a different story, there wouldn't be the Qin Yu of today. Every peck and every sip was a predestined fate. With the yard master's experience and wisdom, she could naturally sense all this. She smiled and said, "I believe in your promise, so I'll tell you a piece of information as repayment in advance. The great furnace is a treasure that can continuously transform and strengthen itself. Compared to its ability to condense the great Tao, this is the most precious aspect of the great furnace. You already know that the great furnace needs to absorb flames in order to continuously strengthen itself. And I happen to know that in this world there exists a place that can definitely help the great furnace to transform once again, the world Zerothland. The yard master paused and continued, in other words, it's the place where I became a sage. Looking at Qin Yu's calm expression, the yard master was obviously very satisfied. After the catastrophe, the small world that my master condensed fell apart, but it wasn't completely destroyed. Instead, it formed a very unstable area where fragments of the world converged. This place is called the world Zerothland, taking the meaning of the withering of the world. Qin Yu cupped his hands in obeisance. Master, please enlighten me. The great furnace could refine the great Tao. Just this point alone was enough for Qin Yu to cultivate it with all his might. Since he knew about the existence of the world Zerothland, he would have to go there sooner or later. As for why the yard master only mentioned it now, it must be related to Qin Yu's previous attitude. If he had shown a hint of hesitation, he might not have gotten the information. The yard master didn't conceal this matter and directly pointed it out. Presumably, it was also to remind him that he had better remember his promise, otherwise he might suffer some losses. Qin Yu guessed. He didn't feel angry when he thought about this. If he were in the yard master's shoes, he might have gone even further. The yard master took out a jade slip. I have imprinted all the information about the world Zerothland in this jade slip. If you have any questions, you can ask me anytime. After receiving the jade slip, Qin Yu stood up and bade farewell. He had received too much important news today, and he needed some time to digest it. After returning to his residence, Qin Yu sat down and thought for a while. After digesting the information he had received from the yard master, he picked up the jade slip and probed it with a trace of divine consciousness. After a long time, he placed the jade slip on the table. With a light crack sound, countless cracks appeared instantly, spreading everywhere like a dense spider web. The entire jade slip was instantly shattered into pieces. The world Zerothland where the ruler had fallen. The space and time within it were chaotic. Countless fragments of the small world seemed to be floating in a pot of boiling porridge. Because of the chaotic nature of space and time, they would appear and disappear from time to time. One moment they might be hundreds of millions of miles apart, but in the next moment they would directly collide. Because the ruler had fallen here, his aura was dispersed and absorbed by the living beings on the fragments of the world, resulting in the survival of countless powerful living beings. This was similar to the Lost Garden, but the difference was that the living beings here were stronger, even comparable to the divine path. Note that it was a Nirvana realm true saint, not a half-saint who was struggling to survive in the sea of bitterness. The rules of the world Zerothland had collapsed, and it was in a completely shattered state. If a true saint stepped into it, his great way would be affected. If it was light, his Tao connotation would be greatly damaged, and if it was heavy, his great way would be shattered. Therefore, true saints did not dare to step into the world Zerothland easily. Those who could enter and explore it were at the half-saint realm, and that was the limit of their strength. However, this did not mean that the world Zerothland was a terrifying area that no one dared to step into. Putting aside everything else, just the name of the place where a ruler had fallen was enough to attract a steady stream of cultivators to enter. Even if there were heavy casualties, they would not give up. This was all because the vast young ruler was absent. If one could gain something in the world Zerothland, he might be able to transcend in one fell swoop. The flame that the yard master mentioned was in the depths of the world Zerothland. It was a kind of inextinguishable flame that fell from the sky when the ruler had fallen. This flame had been burning for countless years, and there had never been any signs of extinguishing. It caused the space and time to distort, and it was in a kind of almost illusory state. Qin Yu pursed his lips, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. The world Zerothland had an inextinguishable flame, and it was also the place where the ruler had fallen. As a person who set the ruler realm as his goal, how could he miss such a place? Chapter 1336. There was a slight tremor in space and Qin Yu stepped out. The entire process was incomparably quiet and no one noticed. Looking up ahead, there were countless tall buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see, all of them exuding a majestic and magnificent momentum. This was the residence of the Eastern Zhou family. The first time Qin Yu had come here and seen this city without walls, he had been somewhat moved and shaken. Looking at it again today, he naturally didn't have the same feeling as he did in the past. With a single glance, he could see through all the hidden arrangements, as well as the obscure and intimidating auras that shot into the skies. Closing his eyes, he sensed Xiang Shue's aura. She seemed to be in a good state and her cultivation had risen a great deal. This was good. With a smile, Qin Yu walked towards the wall-less city in front of him. He was like a shadow. Under the strict surveillance of the Eastern Zhou family, he easily entered without being detected. Qin Yu wasn't familiar with this city, and there weren't many people he wanted to see. In addition, he didn't have much time left, so he didn't dwell on his memories and headed straight for Xiang Shui. She wasn't in the residence of the Eastern Zhou family. Qin Yu didn't seem to be walking quickly, but in 2 or 3 steps, he had reached the end of the street. This should have been an astonishing scene, but the cultivators passing by didn't seem to see it. Strictly speaking, to be able to do this, the difficulty should be much higher. He seemed to have some impression of this street. He should have been here before. As Qin Yu's thoughts reached this point, he suddenly stopped. His eyes fell on the end of the street, on a seat by the window of a 3-story restaurant. He paused, a look of astonishment on his face that soon turned into a strange one. He didn't think that this woman Xiang Shui would be so popular. If he went over to greet her now, wouldn't he scare these people? At this moment, Xiang Shui felt sick to the core. Looking at the smiling faces in front of her, she wished she could pick up the dishes on the table and slap them. But she knew why she was so popular. It wasn't because she was outstanding, but because of some labels attached to her. For example, the legendary maid of the Peach Gardens Miss Ninth, who had once risen to prominence. Or, the close friend of the new matriarch of the Eastern Zhou family, Eastern Zhou Jelly. Or, she was now helping to manage the affairs of the Eastern Zhou family and wielding a great deal of real power. Of course, Xiang Shui understood in her heart that all of this was because of her identity as a maidservant, layer by layer. Miss Ninth of the Peach Garden. Xiang Shui could not understand what realm he was in, but from East Zhou Jolly's probing words, it was not difficult to guess that he had really become a top figure in the world. Although Xiang Shui had determined that Qin Yu's future was limitless since a long time ago, she still didn't expect that he would soar into the skies in such a short period of time. Xiang Shui had long since given up on the idea of inoculating Qin Yu. She was well aware that there was already a moat separating her from Qin Yu. There was no longer any possibility of them being together. In fact, the 9th lady of the Peach Garden had long forgotten that there was still a little maidservant in the Dongzhou clan. Or perhaps, even if he had thought of it, it was a fleeting thought that didn't linger in his heart at all. After all, she was only an insignificant maid. Moreover, Qin Yu never owed her anything. Strictly speaking, she should be grateful to Qin Yu for her current achievement. If these people in front of her knew that she had already been forgotten by Qin Yu, what kind of faces would they have? He would probably turn around and leave, cursing and swearing. Her mockery and disdain. The general gist of it was, if you weren't the maid of the Peach Garden's 9th lady, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying our shoes. Who would want to curry favor with you? So even though she was impatient, even though she was filled with loathing, Xiang Shui still silently endured it, never making any extreme reactions. This was because she knew that she didn't have the qualifications to be presumptuous. Perhaps it wouldn't be a problem in the short term, but after thousands of years passed, the halo of her label would gradually fade away. In the end, she would have to rely on herself to survive. So when East Zhou Jolly asked Xiang Shui if she was willing to take over a portion of the Dongzhou clan's internal authority and help her deal with some matters, Xiang Shui agreed without hesitation. She didn't love power. She only hoped that when the halo of her label faded away in the future, she would be able to perform as best she could and not be in such a sorry state. Every time she felt hesitant, powerless, or tired, Xiang Shui liked to come to this restaurant and sit in this seat. Perhaps it was because Qin Yu had brought her here before, but even if she didn't do anything, she would still feel inexplicably at ease. Then, she could adjust her mood and continue on her way. But she didn't know why this matter had been discovered by these people. She could never come to this place again. Thinking of this, Xiang Shui's mood became even worse. She had nearly reached the limit of what she could bear. She knew that she couldn't stay here any longer, otherwise she might not be able to restrain her emotions and do something she would regret. She looked around with a bit of nostalgia in her eyes. As she looked towards the end of the street, some scenes from a long time ago appeared in her mind. At that time, Qin Yu wasn't the Peach Garden's Mr. Ninth and he wasn't as strong as he was today. But in Xiang Shui's eyes at that time, he was already her most reliable support. Unfortunately, this support was already far from her. Xiang Shui's eyes were a bit wet and her vision blurred. She suddenly stood up, her eyes wide. A figure had entered her vision just now, but now she couldn't find it. I'm actually beginning to hallucinate. Xiang Shui took a deep breath. She turned to look at the surprised cultivators around her. She smiled and said, "There are still some matters in the clan that need to be dealt with, so I won't speak much with you today." Xiang Shui bids her farewells. Her eyes were a bit red. Although her smile was flawless, everyone could still sense the sadness and reluctance in Xiang Shui's eyes. Those that could be sent here might have average skills, but when it came to grasping a woman's thoughts, they were quite skilled. Miss Xiang Shui must be tired today. It would be good for you to go back and rest early. There are always endless matters to deal with. You must take care of yourself. Miss Xiang Shui, you can just leave. I have already paid the bill today. So it was Brother Su who was a step faster. I arrived too late, so I could only make an agreement with the shopkeeper to put everything on my tab. All sorts of warm words were spoken, but none of them were able to move Xiang Shui's heart. Instead, she felt them to be even more hypocritical. She forced a smile and nodded, then turned and walked away. As the crowd parted, a voice suddenly sounded out. "You haven't even touched the dishes on the table yet? You're in such a hurry to leave? Although you're rich now, you still have to pay attention to frugality. Miss Xiang Shui, you seem a bit too arrogant right now." At this moment, a thought appeared in everyone's minds. Just how stupid was the person who said these words? Could it be that he was deliberately trying to draw Xiang Shui's attention? With her current state, this chess piece could be said to be the worst of the worst. It was simply too stupid. They would not sympathize with her, but rather gloat. Everyone knew what their motives were. They were all competitors. If one of them could be eliminated, there would be less pressure to compete. So the crowd began to retreat again, revealing the source of the voice. Xiang Shui frowned and turned around. The next moment, she suddenly covered her mouth, and tears gushed out. She had imagined this countless times and even dreamed of it, but she never dared to hope that it would become a reality. "Sir, it's not right for you to speak like this." The person who jumped out to curry favor had just opened his mouth when he was suddenly pushed to the side. Xiang Shui rushed out from his side like a deer that had escaped its cage. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she threw herself into his arms. At this moment, the entire restaurant was silent. Xiang Shui, who had always been calm and restrained and difficult to approach, actually took the initiative to throw herself into the arms of a strange man because of this sentence. F*ck, If I had known this earlier, I could have done it too. Who is this person? We King tried our best to get close to him, but he hugged her the moment he touched her. How could we tolerate this? Brat, you better have a good background that can keep us silent, otherwise I guarantee you will be in trouble. This was especially so for the first cultivator who jumped out in an attempt to gain a favorable impression. In the end, he was pushed to the ground. His face was distorted. She was just a maid. Perhaps she had already been forgotten. Even if she had a relationship with the Eastern Zhou family, so what? They didn't live because of the Eastern Zhou family. Taking a step back, even if Xiang Shui really did have something going on with the Peach Gardens Miss Ninth, after today's embrace, everything had come to an end. In other words, the most important label on Xiang Shui had been thoroughly extinguished. In the crowd, the complexions of many cultivators changed. They began to consider whether or not it was worth it to continue wasting energy on Xiang Shui. A cultivator crawled up from the ground and coldly roared, "Isn't she just a lowly maid?" A heavy slap to the face forced the rest of his words back down his throat. The cultivator was sent flying away, crashing into a table and chair. His ears buzzed and his field of vision darkened. He had been struck a little dazed. When he regained his composure, he angrily roared, "Zhou Chen, you actually dared to hit me! You are courting death!" The man called Zhou Chen paled, but he wasn't frightened by these words. He didn't even glance at this person. He hurriedly bowed and said, "I didn't know Mr. Ninth was coming, so I have been disrespectful. If I have offended you in any way, I ask Mr. Ninth to forgive me." With these words, the air fell deathly silent. Only Xiang Shui's aggrieved and aggrieved sobs echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone stiffened like iron, their faces filled with horror and horror. Mr. Ninth, where was this Mr. Ninth from? Who else could appear here and make Xiang Shui throw herself into his arms and cry like this? Who else could it be? Qin Yu was the Peach Gardens Miss Ninth. Qin Yu. He had actually personally come to the Eastern Zhou family. His previous judgment of Xiang Shui had been wrong. It was impossible for an ordinary maid to receive such treatment. Think about it. If you saw your own maid being harassed by a group of men, how could you possibly be in a good mood? Thinking about it further, if there really was something going on between the two sides, that would be too scary. But right now, the one who was more afraid was clearly the one who had been slapped. He seemed to be suffering from epilepsy, his mouth foaming and twitching on the ground. Two cultivators squeezed in and fell to their knees, their faces pale and sweat streaming down their faces. "Mr. Ninth, please calm your anger. My family's young master didn't mean to offend you. This matter, we will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. We ask that Mr. Ninth show mercy." The reason they had followed was because they wanted to help their young master at a critical moment and fight for his affections, lest the other families lose face. Who would have thought that they wouldn't have seen the scene in front of them? And now, these two people had run in to beg for mercy, their hands and feet still sore and weak. They cursed the person who had fallen to the ground. "You bastard, if you want to die then don't drag us down with you." Chapter 1337. Mr. Ninth of the Peach Garden. This was Mr. Ninth of the Peach Garden. It would not be an exaggeration to describe anything related to him as having a thunderous impact on anyone who was related to the Sage Dao Circle. First, Qin Yu's limelight was too great. As a young cultivator, he had leapt into zenith heaven and was a peak vast young existence. He had killed several half-sages and even killed a true saint netherworld saint. This was an unimaginably terrifying feat. Second, because Qin Yu had risen too quickly, there weren't many people who had seen him before. The Holy Dao Circle and the surrounding influences were deliberately spreading news about him. In truth, their thoughts were simple: look clearly at this face and remember this person. If you ever meet him in the future, kneel down and run as far as you can. Don't provoke him at all. But now, it was clear they had run into a mine. Thinking of this, The two kneeling cultivators began to sweat profusely. Their pale faces turned blue, as if their hearts were about to crack open. With Qin Yu's current status and identity, a single word from him was enough to send their entire family into the abyss of destruction. Qin Yu swept his eyes over the two people and the one who was spitting on the ground. Then, he patted Xiang Shui's shoulder. I know you were wronged, so I personally came to pick you up. This person's mouth is a bit smelly. What do you think we should do? This was giving Xiang Shui the right to deal with them. The two cultivators hurriedly turned and kowtowed. Miss Xiang Shui, please put in a few good words for us. Our young master was momentarily angry and didn't intentionally offend you. Xiang Shui wiped her eyes, gratitude filling her heart. She certainly knew Qin Yu's goal in saying this, especially when he said he would personally pick her up. Qin Yu hadn't forgotten her, he still remembered her. Xiang Shui took a deep breath and looked at them. She said in a low voice, "It isn't anything serious. I won't lose any face if I say a few words, so let's just forget it." Qin Yu frowned. "Forget it?" Xiang Shui nodded. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. "Consider yourself lucky. Now screw off." The two cultivators' faces were filled with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. They grabbed the one who was still twitching and spitting, and dragged his feet as they turned around and ran. The person's head hit the stairs, and with a thud, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. What nonsense! If they didn't hurry up and leave, were they waiting for Miss Ninth to change her mind? Of course, even though he escaped quickly today, he still had to give an explanation afterward. Otherwise, did he really think that this matter would end just like that? Haha, he was simply too naive. If he knew what was good for him, he would have taken the initiative to attack. If he didn't, he would have waited for Qin Yu to arrive and the result would have been miserable. I just happened to be a little hungry after rushing all the way here. Let's sit down and eat something before we leave. Qin Yu pulled out a chair for Xiang Shui and sat down beside her. There was no need to expel them, and no one dared to continue staying here. In the blink of an eye, the entire third floor was empty. At the same time, news that the Peach Blossom Gardens Mr. Ninth Qin Yu had returned to the Eastern Zhou family's encampment spread out at an astonishing speed. Outside the restaurant, a massive number of cultivators had gathered. Their eyes were filled with excitement and awe as they looked at the young man sitting by the window on the third floor. To Qin Yu, the difference between today and the past was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. But in truth, not much time had passed. There were many cultivators in the city who had seen him, so they quickly confirmed the authenticity of the news. As a result, the entire city was shaken. Of course, they did not know the true strength of the Peach Gardens Miss Ninth, but judging from the rumors, she was at least at the level of a true saint. Even in the vast Yang world, they were at the top. With their status, it would be hard for them to see him again after today. The restaurant manager was so excited that his body began to shake. With today's events, his restaurant would be the only one in this area. It would be hard for business to not explode. He sent a servant to the cellar to bring out the store's most precious wine. After several preparations, he carefully brought it up and respectfully said, "Mr. Ninth, it is our unsurpassed honor to have you visit our humble restaurant again. Today, all expenses are free of charge. This jar of wine is for you to taste. I will be excusing myself." Qin Yu picked up the jar of wine and peeled off the seal. The fragrance of wine immediately filled the air. He smiled and said, "He's just trying to flatter me. For him to spend so much capital, I won't give him any benefit." Xiang Shui glanced at him. She said in a low voice, "You appearing here is the greatest harvest for the restaurant manager." Qin Yu filled a cup and placed it in front of her. "It's been a long time since we last met. Cheers." Xiang Shui lifted the cup with both hands. She sincerely said, "Qin Yu, thank you." As she finished speaking, she raised her head and drained the cup. Qin Yu smiled and raised his cup. There was the sound of footsteps at the top of the stairs. East Zhou Jolly walked in and bowed. I didn't know Mr. Ninth had arrived. I have yet to reach nascent soul, so please don't blame me. Qin Yu glanced at her and smiled. Miss East Zhou, we are old friends, so there is no need to say such things. Come and sit with us. East Zhou Jolly calmed down and smiled. She knew that after today, all the rumors about her inheriting the position of patriarch would vanish without a trace. This was because she had the qualifications to sit and eat with the Peach Gardens Mr. Ninth. Just this alone was enough. I've been so busy that I'm hungry. Then, I won't be polite. East Zhou Jolly sat down at the table. She looked at Qin Yu in front of her and tried to suppress her emotions several times. In the end she sighed and said, "If it weren't for you sitting right in front of me, I would still find this hard to believe. We are both cultivators. When we first met, your strength was far inferior to mine. But now I can't even see your back. Xiang Shui, how can there be such a fierce person in this world? Ordinary cultivators like us live far too difficult a life." Xiang Shui blinked her eyes. She helplessly said, "Patriarch, please don't say that. You can be considered an ordinary cultivator, but I really have no way to live." Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. He filled his cup and raised it once more. "All right, today we are old friends reminiscing about old times, so let's not talk too much about these things. Cheers." East Zhou Jolly and Xiang Shui looked at each other and smiled. They raised their cups and drank with him. The wine that the shopkeeper had given them was truly worthy of being the store's best wine. The taste, texture, and aftertaste were all first class. Even though there wasn't a small amount, it wasn't enough for the three of them to drink together. Perhaps because they didn't use their cultivation to resist the alcohol, East Zhou Jolly and Xiang Shui flushed red, and their words became a bit more casual. Seeing Qin Yu smile and respond without the least bit of displeasure, they became even bolder. Xiang Shui even used the power of the wine to mention that she had been preparing to inoculate herself. East Zhou Jolly's eyes widened as she listened. Then, her gaze fell onto Qin Yu. "Don't look at me like that. Xiang Shui has gone crazy, but my mind is still clear. I certainly won't go crazy with her. It's fine, it's completely fine." East Zhou Jolly giggled. "Even if it is, it's fine. Look at Xiang Shui's expression right now. Although she hasn't said anything, she must be very happy in her heart." Qin Yu rubbed his temples. He thought that this drunk woman was truly bold. She actually dared to provoke him like this. He glanced at Xiang Shui. Not only did this woman have no intention of explaining herself, but she even raised an eyebrow at Qin Yu. Her expression seemed to say, "You can try me and you'll know if I'm telling the truth or not." The wine was finished and the cups were in a mess. Qin Yu placed the cup on the table. He looked at Xiang Shui and said, "Have you decided? You really won't come with me?" There were some things that didn't need to be explained too clearly. From the moment Xiang Shui chose not to pursue the matter, Qin Yu had already understood. The air fell silent. East Zhou Jolly looked at Xiang Shui. Her lips moved, but she didn't speak. Her eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. After several breaths of silence, Xiang Shui gently nodded. I won't go." Qin Yu didn't speak. He gently tapped his fingers on the table. "In truth, the peach orchard is a good place. The people there are good. You can live there," Xiang Shui interrupted him with a smile. "I like it here very much. Every day is very fulfilling and the patriarch treats me very well, and with you here today, my life will be even better in the future. Perhaps at some point I will choose to find a man and start a new life. This is enough for me. I'm quite satisfied with it." Qin Yu nodded. "I respect your choice." He looked at East Zhou Jolly. "East Zhou family head, then I will hand her over to you. If Xiang Shui really marries in the future, just send someone to the peach orchard to send a message. I will personally congratulate her." East Zhou Jolly nodded. "Mr. Ninth, rest assured. As long as I am here, I will not allow Xiang Shui to suffer any grievances. The change in how she addressed him meant that the weight of her words was different. Today, he had made a promise. Unless it was a trouble that the entire East Zhou family head couldn't resist, if Xiang Shui were to suffer any grievances, that would be the same as giving Qin Yu a handle to use against her. Thus these words were heavy. Qin Yu nodded. He looked at Xiang Shui and said, "Take good care of yourself. If you change your mind one day, the peach orchard will always welcome you." He stood up. "I'm leaving." As he spoke, he took a step forwards and instantly vanished. Xiang Shui was stunned. Her eyes turned red and she quickly wiped them away. She said in a low voice, "How shameful. I've let the patriarch see a joke." East Zhou Jolly reached out and hugged her. "You silly woman, why did you refuse Qin Yu? I can see that although he is the high and remote Peach Orchard's Mr. Ninth, his feelings towards you haven't changed too much. Letting you go is also a sincere act. Do you know how many people in the entire vast Yang world want to curry favor with him, but they can't find even the slightest chance?" Xiang Shui lay in her arms, her voice a bit muffled. "I know that Qin Yu hasn't changed, otherwise he wouldn't have come looking for me." She looked up. "But there are some people who are destined to be nothing more than passers-by in your life. They walk too fast and too high, we cannot catch up to them. Even if we are forcefully pulled up, we cannot withstand the cold at such height. We can only survive under the protection of their wings. Perhaps Qin Yu is willing, but I don't want to become his burden. Moreover, what sort of noblewoman is Miss Peach Maiden? If I go to the peach orchard, I fear she will be angry. A person should know their own limit. Rather than forcing things, I might as well stay here. With today's meal and Qin Yu's promise, no one will dare to provoke me again. From now on, I can live a happy life and I won't need to be as cautious as I was before." A complex light flashed in East Zhou Jolly's eyes. If they were in each other's shoes, she didn't know if she could be as carefree as Xiang Shui. But there were some words that Xiang Shui had spoken correctly. Some people were destined to be nothing more than passers-by in your life. Perhaps they had left behind some indelible memories in your memories, but you didn't have the qualifications to walk with them. If you couldn't chase after them, you could only look up to them. East Zhou Jolly's eyes darkened. This was because, in the past, she had also had thoughts of a young girl yearning for love. Chapter 1338. Xiang Shui's refusal to leave was out of Qin Yu's expectation. But after thinking about it, it was in line with her character. This woman was smart and she had a decisive heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that she would follow him and directly crossed over the border. Xiang Shui decided to stay in the East Zhou family. Of course, it was not because she liked it, but because she thought it was her best choice. Qin Yu did not want to impose his will on her. Moreover, the yard master's body was in danger. The peach garden seemed to be very strong, but there was a crisis inside. It might not be a good thing to bring Xiang Shui back to the peach garden before the situation was clear. Qin Yu took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. His eyes lit up. He waved his hand to tear the space and stepped into it. Since Xiang Shui would not go to the peach garden, he did not need to go back. Now that time was tight, he might as well go straight to the world Zeroth. That's right. Qin Yu had decided to go there and explore. The problem was the yard master's condition, but ultimately, it was because of Peach. Although he did not know the specific situation, the yard master's words implied that she was making arrangements. Qin Yu was naturally anxious. Peach was still alive today because the yard master used the Great Way as the foundation and did not hesitate to consume her Taoist connotation to forcibly prolong her life. If something happened to the yard master, the Great Way would collapse, and Peach's soul would disappear. Qin Yu could not allow such a situation to happen. Therefore, he had to get the inextinguishable fire as soon as possible. After integrating it into the big furnace, he could use its power to successfully refine the Tao. At that time, even if the worst happened, Qin Yu could replace the yard master's position and continue to prolong Peach's life. Of course, the best choice was to find a way to remove the Yard Master's hidden danger in the world Zeroth. Qin Yu had promised Peach before he left the Peach Garden. He would do his best. But to be honest, Qin Yu was not sure whether he could do it or not. He could only take one step at a time. For the time being, getting the inextinguishable fire in the world Zeroth was Qin Yu's main goal. The existence of the world Zeroth was a secret. In the entire vast Yang world, there were only a few saints who were qualified to know about it. The reason was simple. Although no one could obtain the treasure left by the fallen ruler from the world Zeroth, there was still a possibility. The more people who knew about it, the more competitors there would be. Therefore, it was customary for cultivators who knew of the existence of the world Zeroth land to keep it a secret unless it was a special situation. Other than that, the world Zeroth land was hidden very deeply, which was also one of the main reasons. If it was placed at the side of the road, even 10,000 people would be able to keep it a secret and not say anything. People would be able to see it with one glance. Was there a need? With the Yard Master's background, of course, she knew the location of the Zeroth world. She even gave Qin Yu the key to enter. This was the third main reason why the Zeroth world was kept a secret. Very few people knew about it. Because the number of keys was very small and limited, it was basically very difficult to obtain them now. Without the key, it was impossible to step into the world Zeroth land. This was because it was different from the Lost Garden. The world Zeroth land could only be entered after the seal was opened at a specific time. World Zeroth land was like a locked mansion. As long as one held the key, they could open the lock and enter at any time. However, under normal circumstances there were very few people who dared to do that because the world Zeroth land was truly too dangerous. People would really die there, and a lot of them had already died. Those who dared to stay in there day after day were either not afraid of death, or they would not die. Everyone knew that those who were not afraid of death were not easy to provoke. However, in reality, those who would not die were the most terrifying forces in the world Zeroth land. On the way to the world Zeroth land, Qin Yu had thought of many scenarios. He had no intention of competing with others for treasures. His goal was to collect the immortal flame. It would be best if he could avoid any trouble. However, the plans of man were not as good as the plans of God. Qin Yu, who had rushed to the world Zeroth land, had already encountered trouble before he could even take out the key. If it was another place, he might be able to avoid trouble in order to keep the peace. However, this was the entrance to the world Zeroth land. Unless he left this place, he would not be able to retreat. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu, who was standing in front of the counter, turned around and looked at the few people behind him. They were all wearing the same green robes. Their aura was restrained and their eyes were sharp. Their eyes were cold and indifferent, revealing a natural condescending aura. They were not to be trifled with. But those who dared to rush into the world Zeroth land were not ordinary characters. Qin Yu's eyes flashed before he calmed down. "What do you want?" One of them stepped forward. His eyes were sharp and deep, giving off a great pressure. "Don't worry, we have no ill intentions. We just want to confirm whether or not you have an array spirit on you." Qin Yu nodded. "That's right. In the Lost Garden, when he had saved White Phoenix and broken the Great Array, Qin Yu had taken away the array spirit and promised to let it live in the world of mortals. But since then, he had been caught up in many matters and hadn't had time to deal with it. Could it be that today's troubles were caused by it? A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Because of certain reasons, we happen to need an array spirit. As long as you are willing to part with it, we can pay a satisfactory price." If it had been something else, Qin Yu might have given it to him. But this array spirit, Qin Yu couldn't do something like going back on his word. He shook his head. "I'm sorry, the array spirit is also very important to me. You can go elsewhere to look for it." A cold laugh sounded out. Another person walked out from the other side. Let me give you a word of advice. Obediently hand over the array spirit, otherwise you will be in deep trouble. The person who first spoke frowned but didn't step forward to stop him. It was clear he tacitly approved of this person's actions. Qin Yu frowned inwardly. But before he could continue to refuse, a loud laugh sounded out from the entrance. Aren't the people of your clan a bit too overbearing? They can deal with other people's array spirits however they want. Could it be that they want to forcefully buy and sell them? Several more people walked in. Qin Yu's eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. A dignified look appeared in his eyes. The aura of the dark world was very obscure, but as someone who had killed a darkness true saint, he was sure he hadn't sensed wrongly. Looking at the two groups of people coldly staring at each other, as if they could start fighting at any moment, the identities of the people in front became obvious. They had actually bumped into the Great King and Little King as soon as they arrived. This sort of luck, there was no one else like them. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. As mentioned before, cultivators that dared to wander around the world Zero Land either didn't fear death or wouldn't die. There were many people who didn't fear death, but there were only two sides that wouldn't die. One side was the dark world. They seemed to use some sort of method similar to an external incarnation. Even if they were killed, their true bodies would remain unharmed. Because there had been many cases of cultivators who had been killed re-entering the world Zero Land, they were gradually determined to belong to the wouldn't die camp. The other side was a mysterious force. Up until now, no one had been able to obtain any accurate information about them. These people seemed to belong to some powerful clan. They were born with some sort of resurrection bloodline power. Even if they were killed, they could still return after a period of time. The jade slip given by the yard master emphasized these two sides. Although it didn't say it explicitly, the general meaning was clear. It was best not to provoke these people. Qin Yu had already experienced the mysterious strength of the dark world. Since the other mysterious clan could resist them, it was clear that they weren't to be trifled with. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his hand to rub the space between his eyebrows. He felt that the warning from the yard master's jade slip was probably useless. Chapter 1339. Giant cities floated in the sky. Long streets crisscrossed with powerful cultivators coming and going. This city was called Mystic Cave. It was the most famous trading city in the surrounding world. Every day, a massive number of cultivators came in and out. This led to the development of other industries besides the trading industry. For instance, in order to prevent people from plotting against the city, Mystic Cave City implemented a strict curfew system. Every night, the city would be completely sealed off for 4 hours and the city's self-inspection array would be activated. No one was allowed to leave at will. This required that all cultivators who entered Mystic Cave City had to find a place to live and have their identity and origin determined. Through this, the risks were reduced to the minimum. Qin Yu was currently in Mystic Cave City. On the side of a long street, he was in front of the counter of an ordinary inn. I don't think anyone would have guessed that the entrance to World Zeroth was here. The people from the mysterious race and the dark world cultivators coldly looked at each other. The atmosphere seemed dangerous, but Qin Yu knew that they couldn't fight. At least, they wouldn't dare to do anything here. Among the dark world cultivators who came later, the one who spoke smiled. Fellow Taoist, why don't you trade the array spirit to us? I believe that these people in front of you will no longer cause you trouble. He snapped his fingers. We will definitely give you a satisfactory price. There was a deep sneer. The blue-clothed cultivator said, There has never been anything we haven't obtained. Think carefully before you make a decision. Don't be impulsive or throw away your life for the sake of face. We will take the array spirit. A fluctuation suddenly spread out from the stone pagoda. Qin Yu was secretly surprised. Its voice was calm. Master, there is no harm in giving the array spirit to them. In any case, it has already lived for a period of time. He always felt that beneath the stone pagoda's calm voice, there were many things hidden. That fluctuation just now contained killing intent. But since it didn't say anything, Qin Yu didn't ask. He said, "How can I easily go back on a promise? It's just a little trouble. At most, I'll change my identity." Before coming here, Qin Yu knew that the Dark World was one of the two kings of World Zeroth. As the man who destroyed the Black Turtle Old Ancestor and personally killed True Sage Thousand Nether, Qin Yu certainly wouldn't foolishly come here with his original identity. He was a fake to begin with, so he could just change his face. Didn't you see 7th Senior Apprentice Sister? She wore a different face every day and still lived happily? The Stone Tower said, "Since that's the case, I'll descend and project my projection into Master's body and place the formation spirit within. I shouldn't be discovered anymore." "Alright, let's do that." Since he was going to offend both sides, Qin Yu didn't want to waste any more time here. Qin Yu ignored the mysterious race and the Dark World cultivators behind him. He turned to the dozing shopkeeper behind the counter and said, "I'll get a room." As he spoke, light surged between his fingers, and a token appeared. The manager's half-opened eyes lit up. He scanned the room and said, "You're a regular customer. You can stay in room 3. The servant smiled and bowed. "Dear guest, please follow me. I will lead you there." But just as he turned, he was blocked. The eyes of the mysterious race's black-clothed cultivator were icy cold. "Perhaps you don't know who you have offended." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. Qin Yu expressionlessly said, "Although this is my first time here, the elders in my family never told me that I would be threatened if I stayed here. Is this a new rule that was added in recent years?" The servant smiled. "Dear guest, you must be joking. This sort of thing will never happen in our inn. Please rest assured." As he spoke, he turned around. "Dear guest, don't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, once a problem arises, you will also be in trouble." The black-clothed cultivator took a deep breath. He took a step back and diabolically grinned. "Good, very good. You better pray that you won't meet us again." Qin Yu nodded. "I will." The Dark World cultivator laughed. But as this laughter fell into Qin Yu's ears, it was similarly grating and disgusting. These people were ridiculing the mysterious race, and also adding oil to the fire. They didn't care about his position at all. From the very start, they had only interfered to use him as a chess piece to disgust the mysterious race. As for Qin Yu's life or death, they didn't care at all. This left Qin Yu feeling very unhappy. He suddenly stopped and tilted his head. "Hey!" Several people from the dark camp looked over. One of them smiled. "What is it? Did you change your mind? That's a very wise choice." Qin Yu lightly said, "Didn't anyone tell you that laughing in public is a very uneducated thing? You are just a bunch of country bumpkins who came from nowhere. How shameful." His voice wasn't loud or soft, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. The tired shopkeeper behind the counter looked at Qin Yu, his eyelids twitching several times. He thought that the junior of an old customer wasn't simple at all. He hoped that his luck would be better and that his life would be as tough as his mouth. "You are seeking death," the Dark World cultivator roared, flustered and exasperated. Qin Yu glanced at him again. "You have no manners, country bumpkin." It was like he had sealed a coffin and placed a label on him. The servant quickly led Qin Yu away. He quietly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. After staying here for so many years, it was rare to find a cultivator who had the courage to provoke this race. He heard from the shopkeeper that there had been many in the past, but after they died, not many had dared to provoke them. After all, once one entered, no one dared to provoke these people. He quietly glanced back at the Dark World cultivators with ashen faces and the cultivator from the other race. The servant tried to endure it several times but in the end couldn't hold himself back. When he brought Qin Yu to the third room, he said in a low voice, "Guest, it's best if you go in after some time. Or stay for a night and leave, giving up on your preparations? Qin Yu smiled. He cupped his hands together. Thank you for the reminder. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't listen, the servant shook his head and didn't say anything else. He had seen too many people like a newborn calf that didn't fear a tiger. Since Qin Yu didn't want to listen, he could only bear the consequences. After watching the servant leave, Qin Yu pushed open the door and entered the room. This was only an ordinary guest room. There wasn't much light and the space wasn't large, so it seemed a bit oppressive. If it weren't for the fact that he had already verified the token, Qin Yu feared he would have suspected that this really was the entrance to World Zero. The stone pagoda's voice sounded out. Master, I need around an hour to prepare before my projection can descend. Qin Yu nodded. Go. With a flick of his sleeves, a mass of light appeared in front of him. Array Spirit, I have let you see what happened before. Since I have promised you something, I will definitely do it. The light mass fluctuated and a grateful voice sounded out. Thank you, Lord Qin Yu. It paused for a moment and then continued to say, I can sense a very strong array formation. It is on the body of the person who first spoke to you. It is by relying on this array formation that they were able to sense my existence. Although I cannot determine the specific function of this array formation, it is extremely powerful. Lord Qin Yu, please be careful. This was an unexpected harvest of news. The mysterious race cultivators actually had a great array formation on them. It should be used to investigate World Zero. Before he could even enter, he bumped into both big and small kings, neither soft nor hard. This wasn't a good omen for Qin Yu. His eyes flashed and he noted down this information. It would be best if he didn't use it in the future. If he bumped into it again, it might have an unexpected effect. I understand. When the stone pagoda's projection descends, you can temporarily enter. Qin Yu lifted his hand and grasped forward. The array spirit rapidly shrank into a dot of light and disappeared into his palm. An hour quickly passed. All right. As the sound of the stone pagoda rang out, a phantom appeared in front of Qin Yu. He lifted his hand and sent the light dot of the array spirit into it. The phantom of the stone pagoda vanished. Qin Yu stood up and walked to the bed. Light surged in his palm and the token that the yard master had given him appeared. He turned around and lay down on the bed. He closed his eyes and a mass of light exploded in the depths of his consciousness. The scene of the creation of the world suddenly appeared in his mind. Shattering, tumbling, breaking clouds, howling winds, a towering gate that seemed to support the heavens stood there, as if it had opened up the entire world. The billowing sound was like a thunderclap, pouring into his ears and shaking his eardrums. Thou, are you willing to enter my world and walk under me? Qin Yu was startled. Disciple is willing. The moment he responded, the token in Qin Yu's hand suddenly released a halo of light that covered him. Then, the halo suddenly dispersed and dazzled like lightning. Qin Yu, who was covered in it, had disappeared. The guest room was poorly lit and the layout was ordinary. The space was not big and was even a little low, making people feel depressed. Everything was the same as before. Behind the counter in the lobby, the tired shopkeeper frowned slightly. He glanced at the Jing area and couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. He thought to himself, I wonder which old customer made a mistake and chose such an arrogant and rash young man as his inheritor. This token is probably going to be useless. What a pity, what a pity! Of course, although he sighed inwardly, the shopkeeper was just a gatekeeper. He would never interfere in things that he shouldn't. The shopkeeper had seen too many life and death situations over the years. Moreover, since he had chosen to come to this place, he should have been prepared to die. Ding! The door of the shop was pushed open from the outside and hit the antique bronze bell, making a crisp and rhythmic sound. The shopkeeper looked up and couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. It was another unfamiliar face. To encounter two in a single day, this sort of situation was quite rare. Ling Xiao held his sword and walked in front of the counter. He paused for a moment and took out a token. I'm here to stay. The gatekeeper's duty was to guard the door and allow those with keys to enter and leave. He didn't care about anything else. In simpler terms, he only recognized the keys and not the people. So, although the shopkeeper was surprised, he restrained himself and didn't reveal any of it. Of course. Guest, please go to the Jing area. It was another old customer's token that hadn't appeared for a long time. He originally thought it would disappear forever, but now there was a new master. In the eyes of the gatekeeper, this was a good thing. Only when more people went in would there be a greater chance of success. Moreover, he could make up for the depression caused by the broken token. This was because over the years, it had been proven that any token that fell into the hands of that clan would never see the light of day again. He subconsciously calculated the time. The person who just went in should have arrived by now. Aya, the young were full of vigor, too full of vigor. Chapter 1340. Giant cities floated in the sky. Long streets crisscrossed with powerful cultivators coming and going. This city was called Mystic Cave. It was the most famous trading city in the surrounding world. Every day, a massive number of cultivators came in and out. This led to the development of other industries besides the trading industry. For instance, in order to prevent people from plotting against the city, Mystic Cave City implemented a strict curfew system. Every night, the city would be completely sealed off for 4 hours and the city's self-inspection array would be activated. No one was allowed to leave at will. This required that all cultivators that entered Mystic Cave City had to find a place to live and have their identity and origin determined. Through this, the risks were minimized. Qin Yu was currently in Mystic Cave City. On the side of a long street, he was in front of the counter of an ordinary inn. I don't think anyone would have guessed that the entrance to World Zeroth was here. The people from the mysterious race and the dark world cultivators coldly looked at each other. The atmosphere seemed dangerous, but Qin Yu knew that they couldn't fight. At least, they wouldn't dare to do anything here. Among the dark world cultivators who came later, the one who spoke said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, why don't you trade the formation spirit to us? I believe that these people in front of you will not trouble you anymore." He snapped his fingers. "We will definitely give you a satisfactory price." A deep sneer sounded out. The blue-clothed cultivator said, "There has never been anything we haven't obtained. Think carefully before making a decision. Don't be impulsive or throw away your life for the sake of face. The array spirit, we will take it." A fluctuation suddenly spread out from the stone pagoda. Qin Yu was secretly surprised. Its voice was calm as it said, "Master, there is no harm in giving the array spirit to them. It has already lived for a period of time." Qin Yu always felt that there were many things hidden beneath the stone pagoda's calm voice. That fluctuation just now contained killing intent. But since it didn't say anything, Qin Yu didn't ask. He said, "How can I easily go back on a promise? It's just a little trouble. At most, I'll change my identity." Before coming here, he knew that the Dark World was one of the 2 kings of World Zeroth. As the man who destroyed the Black Turtle Old Ancestor and personally killed True Sage Thousand Nether, Qin Yu certainly wouldn't foolishly come here with his original identity. It was fake to begin with, so he could just change his face. Didn't you see 7th Senior Apprentice Sister? She wore a different face every day and still lived happily? The stone tower said, "If that's the case, I'll descend and project my projection into Master's body. I'll place the formation spirit inside, and I shouldn't be discovered." Okay, let's do that. Since he had offended both sides, Qin Yu didn't want to waste any more time with them. Ignoring the cultivators of the mysterious race and the dark world, Qin Yu turned to the dozing shopkeeper behind the counter and said, "I'll get a room." As he spoke, light surged between his fingers, and a token appeared. The manager's half-opened eyes burst with a bright light. He swept his gaze across the room and said, You are a regular customer. In that case, you can stay in room 3. The servant smiled and bowed. Dear guest, please follow me. I will lead you there. But just as he turned around, he was stopped. The blue-clothed cultivator of the mysterious race had an icy look in his eyes. Perhaps you don't know who you have offended. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. Qin Yu expressionlessly said, Although this is my first time here, the elders in my family never told me that I would be threatened if I stayed here. Is this a new rule that was added in recent years? The servant smiled. Dear guest, you must be joking. This sort of thing will never happen in our inn, so please rest assured. As he spoke, he turned around. Dear guests, please don't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, once a problem arises, you will also be in trouble. The blue-clothed cultivator took a deep breath. He took a step back and diabolically grinned. Good, very good. You had best pray that you won't run into us again. Qin Yu nodded. I will. The dark world cultivator laughed. But as this laughter fell into Qin Yu's ears, it was similarly grating and disgusting. These people were ridiculing the mysterious race, and also adding oil to the fire. They didn't care about his position at all from the very start, they had only interfered to use him as a chess piece to disgust the mysterious race. As for Qin Yu's life or death, they didn't care at all. This left Qin Yu feeling very unhappy. He suddenly stopped and tilted his head. Hello? Several people from the dark camp looked over. One of them smiled. What, did you change your mind? A very wise choice. Qin Yu lightly said, Did no one ever tell you that laughing in public is a very rude thing to do? I don't know where these country bumpkins came from, how shameful. His voice wasn't loud nor was it low, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. The tired shopkeeper behind the counter looked at Qin Yu, his eyelids twitching several times. He thought that the junior of an old customer wasn't simple at all. He hoped that Qin Yu's luck would be better and his life would be as tough as his mouth. You are seeking death. The dark world cultivator roared, flustered and exasperated. Qin Yu glanced at him again. No manners, country bumpkin. It was like he had sealed a coffin and placed a label on him. The young servant quickly led Qin Yu away. He quietly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. After staying here for so many years, it was rare to find a cultivator that had the courage to provoke this race. He had heard from the shopkeeper that there had been many in the past, but as they died, there weren't many left. After all, once one entered, no one dared to provoke these people. He glanced back at the ashen-faced dark world cultivators and the icy cold cultivator across from them. The young servant tried to hold himself back several times, but in the end, he couldn't hold himself back. He brought Qin Yu to the third room and said in a low voice, Guest, it's best if you go in after some time or stay for a night and give up on your preparations. Qin Yu smiled. He cupped his hands together. Thank you for the reminder. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't listen, the young servant shook his head and didn't say anything else. He had seen this type of arrogance many times before. Since Qin Yu didn't listen, he could only bear the consequences. After watching the young servant leave, Qin Yu pushed open the door and entered the room. This was only an ordinary guest room. The light wasn't bright enough and the space wasn't large, so it seemed a bit depressing. If it weren't for the fact that he had already verified the token, Qin Yu feared he would have suspected that this was really the entrance to World Zero. The stone pagoda's voice sounded out. Master, I need around an hour to prepare before my projection can descend. Qin Yu nodded. Go. With a flick of his sleeves, a mass of light appeared in front of him. Array spirit, I have let you see what happened before. Since I promised you something, I will definitely do it. The light mass fluctuated and a grateful voice sounded out. Thank you, Lord Qin Yu. He paused for a moment and continued to say, I can sense a very strong array formation. It is on the body of the person who first spoke to you. It is by relying on this array formation that they were able to sense my existence. Although I cannot determine the specific function of this array formation, it is extremely powerful. Lord Chinyu, please be careful. This was an unexpected harvest of news. The mysterious race of cultivators actually had a great array formation on them. It should be used to investigate World Zero. Before he even entered, he bumped into the big and little king head-on. This wasn't a good sign in Qin Yu's eyes. His eyes flashed and he noted down this information. It would be best if he didn't use it in the future. If he bumped into it again, it might have an unexpected effect. I understand. When the stone pagoda's projection descends, you can temporarily enter it. Qin Yu lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The array spirit rapidly shrank into a point of light that submerged into his palm. 2 hours soon passed. All right. As the stone pagoda's voice sounded out, a phantom appeared in front of Qin Yu. He lifted his hand and sent the light that was the array spirit into it. The stone pagoda phantom vanished. Qin Yu stood up and walked towards the bed. Light surged in his palm and the token that the yard master had given him appeared. He turned around and lay down on the bed. He closed his eyes and a mass of light exploded in the depths of his consciousness. A scene of the creation of the heavens and earth appeared in his mind. Breaking, tumbling, breaking clouds, howling winds, a towering gate that seemed to support the heavens stood there, as if it could open up the entire world. The billowing sound was like a thunderclap, pouring into his ears and shaking his eardrums. Art thou willing to enter my world and walk under my command? Qin Yu's spirits rose. This disciple is willing. The moment he responded, the token in Qin Yu's hand suddenly released a halo of light that covered his entire body. Then, the halo of light suddenly dispersed. It was as bright and dazzling as lightning. Qin Yu, who was covered by it, had already vanished from sight. The guest room was poorly lit, the layout was ordinary, and the space was not large. It was even a little low, making one feel depressed. Everything was the same as before. Behind the counter in the lobby, the tired shopkeeper frowned slightly. He glanced at the Jing area and couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. He thought to himself, I wonder which old customer made a mistake and chose such an arrogant and rash young man as his inheritor. This token is probably going to be useless. What a pity, what a pity! Of course, although he sighed inwardly, the shopkeeper was just a gatekeeper. He would never interfere in matters that he shouldn't. The shopkeeper had seen too many life and death situations over the years. Moreover, since he had chosen to come to this place, he should have been prepared to die. Ding-dong, the door of the shop was pushed open from the outside, hitting the antique bronze bell and emitting a crisp and rhythmic sound. The shopkeeper looked up and couldn't help but frown. It was another unfamiliar face. To meet two people in one day was a rare situation. Ling Xiao held his sword and walked in front of the counter. He paused for a moment and then took out a token. I'm here to stay. The gatekeeper's duty was to guard the door and allow those with a key to enter and leave. He didn't ask anything else. In simpler terms, he only recognized the key and not the person. So, although the shopkeeper was surprised, he restrained himself and didn't reveal any of it. Of course. Guest, please go to the Jing area. It was another old customer's token that hadn't appeared for a long time. He thought it would disappear forever, but now there was a new master. In the eyes of the gatekeeper, this was a good thing. Only when more people went in would there be a greater chance of success, and it also made up for the depression caused by the broken token. This was because over the years, it had been proven that any token that fell into the hands of that clan would never see the light of day again. He subconsciously calculated the time. The person who just went in should have arrived by now. The young were full of vigor, too full of vigor. Chapter 1339 Rulers o'er the young and vigorous Qin Yu had arrived. The moment his feet touched the ground, he could feel over 10 gazes gathering on him. They were cold and suppressive, but even more unscrupulous. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, two figures emitting powerful auras rapidly arrived. They could barely be considered acquaintances. They had met before in front of the counter. But he couldn't reveal this right now. Instead, he had to put on an expression of shock mixed with anger and fear. In short, it was a test of his acting skills. But with Qin Yu's current strength, this wasn't difficult at all. He frowned, his pupils shrank, and his face paled. All of this was just right. Two fellow Taoists, what do you want to do? I have no grudge with you, so could it be that you want to tear up the agreement with us vast young rogue cultivators? The influences within World Zeroes could be divided into three sides: the mysterious race, the dark world, and the people from the vast young world. Or, to put it more simply, they could be divided into two camps: those that would die and those that wouldn't. Those that wouldn't die were the mysterious race and the dark world. As for those that would die, they were the cultivators of the vast young world. Because they came from different places and even had grudges with each other, although the vast young world had the most people, their overall strength was actually the weakest. People were afraid of death, especially powerful cultivators. They didn't want to face the tragic fate of death. World Zeroes was the place where a ruler perished. One didn't need to be a genius to know that there was definitely something amazing inside. All three sides wanted it, and the struggle between them had been fierce. The mysterious race and the dark world had even joined forces in an attempt to expel the vast young cultivators. No one knew what exactly happened, but according to the Garden Master, there was a high chance that the ruler had taken action and forced the mysterious race and the dark world to sign an agreement. Within World Zeroes, the cultivators of the two camps could not take the initiative to expel or slaughter the vast young cultivators. Otherwise, by relying on their undying characteristic, the cultivators of the vast young world would have no chance of competing with the two camps. The two people that landed in front of him were the two that Qin Yu had provoked. Their faces were gloomy and their eyes were as sharp as knives. "We are looking for someone. If you cooperate, then there will be no problem, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." Qin Yu was shocked and angry. His complexion was cloudy and uncertain, but in the end he didn't dare to turn hostile. He swallowed his anger and coughed. "What do you want?" The mysterious race cultivator sneered. "Simple. Just stand here and don't move." He walked forwards and formed a law formula. Then, he stretched out his hand, revealing a circular disc covered with lines in his palm. With the array spirit's reminder, Qin Yu could naturally guess that this disc should be a part of the array formation he spoke of. There was no response. Disappointment flashed in the mysterious race cultivator's eyes. He put away the array disc and turned to leave. The dark world cultivator swept his eyes over him and impatiently waved his hand. "Let's go." Qin Yu took a deep breath. He put on a look of indignation, dissatisfaction, and fear. Then, he shot into the skies. "It's not him." The blue-clothed cultivator shook his head as he returned with the array disc. Across from him, the array holder looked in the direction that Qin Yu left in. He frowned, a bit of hesitation in his eyes. This person felt a bit familiar. But, unless he abandoned the array spirit, it was impossible for the array disc not to respond. Disregarding how much this person valued the array spirit, even if he really abandoned it, the dark world cultivators all had extremely sensitive noses. Even if this person changed his appearance, it was impossible for him to hide from them. Both sides determined that it wasn't this person. It was likely that he was too nervous. He couldn't help but be nervous. The Great Array formation had been refined a long time ago, but no one had been able to find an array spirit that could perfectly integrate into it. They had tried many times before, but all of them had ended in failure. But this time, the aura of the array spirit on this person's body had actually caused the array formation to lock onto him on its own initiative. This was something that had never happened before. It was because of this that when they were at the inn, even though 327 knew it wasn't appropriate, he still didn't stop 418. No matter what, he had to obtain this array spirit. Shua Qin Yu rapidly flew. After determining that he was far away, he revealed a mocking smile. The mysterious race, the dark world, they were all being played around by him. The entrance to World Zero was likely the only safe zone left in this area where world fragments gathered. Thus, this place had been turned upside down and there was nothing left. The entrance to World Zeroth was probably the only safe area left in this world fragment gathering place. Thus, this place had been turned upside down and nothing was left behind. And once he left this place, that was the same as entering a dangerous zone. He could encounter trouble at any time. He had reached the end. Shua Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He took a step forward. The moment he did, he felt an extremely wild and violent space strength sweep him away, instantly disappearing without a trace. Although he had smoothly concealed himself from the dark world and the mysterious race cultivators, leaving this place as quickly as possible was still the best choice. After all, an accident could occur at any time. If these people were to react, there would be great trouble. It wasn't to the point of being afraid. Even if a battle really broke out, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. But as he had said before, Qin Yu's main goal was to obtain the inextinguishable flame. Then, he had to find a way to help the Yard Master escape from danger. If he could avoid trouble, he would do his best to avoid it. Once he fell into it, he would inevitably waste a massive amount of time. His ears rang and he felt dizzy. Although he was mentally prepared, he discovered that he had underestimated the turbulent space flows between the world fragments of World Zero. Even with his current cultivation and the strength of his body of rules, he still felt it a bit strenuous. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if they were at the original God realm, they would still be instantly torn to shreds. Looking at it from this perspective, it was fortunate that World Zero was a secret. It was impossible for ordinary cultivators to know of it. Otherwise, if they were attracted here, he would have to temporarily put aside the restriction on entry tokens. No matter how many people came, they would all die. Qin Yu's complexion suddenly changed. He didn't have time to adjust his condition. He took a deep breath and his heartbeat accelerated. His bones and flesh crackled. Bang! With a dull thud, Qin Yu was sent flying away. He crashed into the ground and created a massive pit. The one who had ambushed him was a creature covered in gray fur that looked like a monkey. It had a pair of intelligent eyes, and was clearly quite intelligent. It stared at the deep pit in the ground for a moment, then turned to leave. You dare to attack me and you still want to leave? With a loud bang, Qin Yu rushed out from the pit and punched out. Before, he didn't have time to react. He could only rely on his body of rules to withstand the opponent's attack. Naturally, he wouldn't let it hit him for nothing. The gray-furred strange beast's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. It instantly sped up like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was far away. But in the next moment, it suddenly let out a furious scream. With a muffled bang, Qin Yu slowly retracted his fist, and the gray-furred beast was sent flying. It looked as if it had taken the initiative to charge towards Qin Yu's fist. It spat out mouthfuls of blood, but the strange beast didn't die. As soon as it fell to the ground, it bounced up and continued to flee. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with surprise. Ordinary half-step saints couldn't withstand the power of his fist. In this World Zero, he couldn't even kill a strange beast that he accidentally encountered. The horror of this place seemed to be beyond his imagination. It seemed that he had to be more cautious. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Qin Yu didn't plan to let this strange beast go. He stepped forward and pressed down with his hand. Rumble, the wild power was like a mountain pressing down on the gray-furred strange beast, causing the earth to shake. This time it didn't move. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Qin Yu thought for a moment and walked to the strange beast's corpse. He lifted his hand and grasped the air. Its blood rapidly gushed out, gathering into a giant ball of blood. He carefully sensed it. Sure enough, he sensed a weak but incomparably terrifying aura from this blood. This was the trace of strength that the ruler obtained after he perished and dissipated into the world. The remnant life forms on the small world fragment had absorbed this trace of strength. Even after countless years had passed and countless generations had passed, it still existed to this day. The reason that the gray-furred strange beast was able to withstand Qin Yu's punch and not die was definitely related to this trace of aura. And this was just a trace of the ruler's aura. Qin Yu took a deep breath and a look of awe subconsciously appeared in his eyes. He suddenly realized that below the ruler, a Permitha true saint was the strongest. Although this wasn't wrong, the difference between a true saint and the ruler's sword wasn't just a single level. As an experienced man who had slaughtered saints many times, Qin Yu had a clear understanding of his own strength. Without burning the power of the pre-celestial spirit, he could at most kill a half-saint. After burning it, he could fight a true saint without any pressure. But if his opponent was a top true saint like the Yard Master or Sage Scholatry, there would still be a gap. This was already very strong, so strong that everyone in the entire vast Yang world had to respect his existence. But even someone as strong as Qin Yu couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate when he felt the faint trace of a ruler's aura hidden in the strange beast's blood. It was a feeling like he was facing the world and he was as small and weak as an ant. Ruler, this was a ruler. The distance between a true saint and a ruler was like the distance between the sky and a quagmire. Or, to put it more bluntly, if an ordinary person stood in front of a true saint, it would be the same as a true saint standing in front of a ruler. It was certainly not accurate. A true saint would be in a better situation, but the disparity in strength was real. One had to face one's heart. After obtaining the power of the pre-celestial spirit in the Lost Garden, Qin Yu's cultivation had skyrocketed. His spirit, energy, and essence had been greatly enhanced. Simply put, he was full of confidence in himself. He believed that although the ruler realm was high and lofty, the current Qin Yu already had the qualifications to compete, and his chances were very high. He had space-time, light and darkness fused together, and he had formed a body of rules. He had condensed the Star River Divine Seal in the true divinity way, and even refined an incomplete true Saint Great Tao with the help of the furnace. With so many trump cards in hand, why couldn't he become a ruler? But now, facing this ball of blood in front of him, it was like a slap to the head, or a basin of bone-chilling cold water in the middle of winter, instantly drenching Qin Yu. It wasn't that easy to become a sovereign. In fact, with his current cultivation base, he might only have a tiny chance of participating in the competition for that position. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel depressed and discouraged. After all, the sudden drop in his heart was a little too big. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu waved his hand and put away the bead of blood in front of him. His eyes were filled with determination. The mountain wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was not being able to clearly recognize the disparity between him and the mountain. This was the World Zeroes, the place where a ruler had fallen, even such a powerful ruler had been cut down by someone. The vastness of this world likely far surpassed his imagination. He needed to continue becoming stronger, and obtaining the inextinguishable flame was the first step. Qin Yu believed that once he completely refined the true Saint Great Tao, his strength would inevitably undergo a transformation. If one transformation wasn't enough, then he would do it a second time. If two wasn't enough, then he would do it a third time. Step by step, he would continue to improve. One day, he would reach the peak of the mountain and truly look down upon this incomparably vast world. Chapter 1341. Waves surged in his mind, rising and falling without end. After a long time, Yu took a deep breath and managed to suppress the turbulent emotions in his heart. With a thought, he connected with the furnace. Since it could absorb the strongest flames in the world and continuously transform, it should be able to sense something. If he could lock onto the general location of the inextinguishable flames, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. This was the best result that Yu had imagined before he entered the world Zeroth land. However, reality proved that most beautiful things could not be realized in the end. The furnace gave a clear response after a brief moment of silence. It did not lock onto the aura of the inextinguishable flames. Although he was mentally prepared, Yu could not help but raise his hand to rub the space between his eyebrows after the previous collision with the great and small kings. He thought to himself that everything was not going his way this time. His luck was not too good after all. Since the best plan could not be realized, he could only try using the stupid method. He hoped that his bad luck would pass soon. Otherwise, with the scale of the world Zeroth land, it would not be easy to find the inextinguishable flames. The small world fragment beneath his feet was not large. In addition, Yu had intentionally concealed his aura to avoid fighting with the other creatures on the fragment. He had searched it once in an hour, but did not find any aura of the inextinguishable flames. The reason why he did this was because the furnace could sense something, but he could not completely trust it. What if it made a mistake? He had to be careful to search carefully to be absolutely safe. Whoosh, Yu's figure moved, and he stepped out of the small world fragment without hesitation. His entire body was swept up by the spatial turbulence, and he instantly disappeared without a trace. A piece of gravel suddenly fell. The seven-colored fox, who had been sleeping with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes. It vigilantly scanned its surroundings. When it did not sense any dangerous aura, it gradually relaxed and lay down on the ground to rest. The corpse of a prey lay in front of it. More than half of it had been eaten, and the flesh had been torn to pieces. It was so blurry that it could not be recognized. The seven-colored fox, who had recovered after eating, did not notice that the congealed blood clots on its prey's body were silently dissolving. Dark red beads of blood seeped into the ground, as if they were being eaten by an invisible mouth, and did not dye the ground red at all. All of a sudden, a hint of fear surged from the bottom of its heart like a volcano eruption. The seven-colored fox sensed an extremely powerful aura of danger. Its multicolored fur stood on end, and it got up on all fours in an attempt to escape. The seven-colored fox reacted quickly, but the predator that had locked onto it was even faster. The ground suddenly shattered, and a pitch-black palm that looked like it had been scorched by flames crawled out and grabbed the fox's neck like it was cast from iron. The seven-colored fox's eyes widened in horror. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. On the contrary, his strength was like a punctured balloon, quickly becoming dispirited and powerless. His eyes, which were filled with fear, were filled with despair. The colorful fur of the seven-colored fox seemed to have lost all of its luster after being exposed to the scorching sun for many days. Even though it was still colorful, it gave off a lifeless feeling. At the same time, its body shriveled up and all of its flesh and blood disappeared, leaving only a thin layer of dry skin clinging to its skeleton. It was extremely horrifying. The seven-colored fox lay on the ground. The prey that it had devoured not long ago was also shriveled up into a ball like the seven-colored fox. The seven-colored fox's shriveled corpse was pushed away. A scorched black palm pressed against the ground and dragged its body out. It was accompanied by great gasps of breath, as if it had been buried deep underground for countless years and was finally able to see the light of day again. It struggled to stand up. Its entire body was almost the same as its palm. It was completely scorched black. From its appearance, it seemed to be a tall man. Suddenly, its entire body began to tremble. Kacha, kacha, cracking sounds constantly emitted from its body. Pieces of scorched black skin fell off, revealing the scarlet-red flesh underneath, as if its skin had been peeled off. Perhaps it was because of the pain, but his exposed flesh and blood violently twitched and trembled. An extremely suppressed roar came from his mouth. Then, as if this bright red flesh and blood had been thrown into a raging inferno, it was accompanied by the pungent smell of burning flesh and blood as it rapidly turned black. The 64th small world fragment. Calculating the time, Qin Yu had already been in the Zeroth world for 5 days. During this time, he hadn't stopped at all. He had been constantly searching, constantly repeating the process. Of course, he didn't forget to ask the furnace again and again if it had sensed the inextinguishable flame. Unfortunately, the result was always disappointing. As mentioned before, the space-time of the Zeroth world was chaotic. The rules of the world were broken and everything was in a state of disorder. Not to mention that the Zeroth world itself was terrifyingly large. There were at least tens of thousands of small world fragments that had collapsed. In addition to the state of disorder, wanting to find the inextinguishable flame without any guidance was like looking for a needle in a haystack. 5 days seemed like a long time, but the area that Qin Yu had explored was probably less than 1,000th of the Zeroth world. Just thinking about this gave him a headache. He still hadn't found anything. Standing at the edge of the small world fragment, on the highest mountain peak, Qin Yu frowned and looked at the boundless sea of stars in front of him. That's right, using the word sea of stars to describe the Zeroth world was a very appropriate way of saying it. Every point of light represented a small world fragment. As far as the eye could see, they were all densely packed. They were also in a rapidly revolving state, sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing. They constantly changed positions without any pattern to speak of. He had to find a way to sense the aura of the inextinguishable flame. Otherwise, if he continued to search like a headless fly, there would be no hope at all. He took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. Although the reasoning was clear, there was no solution. Qin Yu had asked the stone pagoda, but even if there were 100,000 whys, there was no good solution. He could only take it one step at a time. Sitting down and opening your mouth, there was no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. Even if it did fall, it wouldn't fall into your mouth. If it did fall into your mouth, then I'm willing to bet that something was added to it. It would be easy to eat but difficult to spit out. Taking a step forward, Qin Yu flew out of the small world fragment. The familiar turbulent space flow swept towards him, instantly submerging his figure. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Even if he found a way to sense the inextinguishable flame, what method would he use to rush over? The entire world Zero Land was flooded with turbulent space flows. Once he stepped out of the small world fragment, he could only leave his fate to the heavens. To make a simple analogy, unless your luck was heaven-defying and you stepped into the fragment where the inextinguishable flame was, even if it was right in front of you and you could clearly see it, you might be 108,000 miles away from it with a single step. Fuck, my head hurts even more. The violent shaking was accompanied by a powerful tearing strength. Qin Yu's experience of shuttling through the turbulent space flows ensured that he had crossed a very long distance this time. Before this, he had fantasized that when he opened his eyes, the inextinguishable flame would appear in front of him. But now, he was already numb to it. A moment later, a strong sense of weightlessness hit him. Qin Yu calmly stabilized his body and with a light thud, he fell to the ground. The entire process felt like someone had grabbed him by the collar and thrown him away. He viciously flung it out. Yep, that was basically it. He swept his eyes around. It was the same as before. There was no need for him to look forward to anything. The only difference was that there was a simple welcoming ceremony this time. Roar with a loud roar, the large fellow leapt forwards. Its sharp claws tore through the air, emitting muffled sounds. Qin Yu quickly judged its strength and took a step back to avoid the attack. Then, he turned around and pressed his palm downwards. With a loud bang, the large fellow smashed into the ground. Without giving it a chance to continue struggling, Qin Yu jumped down. Gotcha! The neck of the strange beast twisted in a strange manner. Its body twitched twice, and then it lost all signs of life. He cut it open, took its blood, condensed it into a ball and put it away. The entire process was quick and skillful. After losing all its blood, Qin Yu looked at the shriveled corpse of the strange beast, and then flew out of the pit. It wasn't that he had a perverted hobby of torturing corpses, but since he had already spent so much effort to kill it, he couldn't just let it go to waste. Within the body of the creature in World Zero, a trace of the ruler's aura had almost completely fused into its blood. Although no one had been able to find a way to extract this ruler's aura, it was still a publicly recognized treasure. If he brought it back to the vast Yang world, he could easily sell it for a high price. A trace of a ruler's aura was something that even a true saint would be interested in. Of course, with Qin Yu's current status and strength, he wouldn't do something as degrading as exchanging it for money. But, if he kept it in his hands, who knew when it might be useful? Perhaps because the creatures in World Zero had absorbed the ruler's aura, their strength had skyrocketed, causing their bodies to mutate. Most of them had strange appearances, so Qin Yu often didn't know just what they were. But this wasn't important because to a corpse, a name was meaningless. He sensed his surroundings and didn't notice anything strange. Qin Yu asked the furnace as usual, but he received another negative response. It was fine, he was already used to it. If the furnace said that it had discovered something, then Qin Yu would find it unbelievable. Next, he would proceed to the next step. After choosing a direction, he would use that as a starting point to investigate the entire world fragment. After repeating this many times, he had already developed a set of methods to increase his efficiency. He didn't find anything. Qin Yu suddenly stopped. He turned and looked to the right. He could feel a trace of sword intent. It was very thin. If it weren't for the fact that his soul perception was sharp enough, he wouldn't have discovered it. Ever since he entered World Zero, Qin Yu had already encountered several cultivators. It was just that he had intentionally avoided them and hadn't met them. Thus, this was a place where many cultivators could come to investigate. For there to be remnant sword intent here was a very common matter. Qin Yu had encountered many similar sword intents before. At most, he would just stare at them and ignore them. But this time was different. This was because this trace of sword intent actually gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. A sword user, a cultivator that had the qualifications to know about World Zero, and a cultivator that entered to adventure. Qin Yu thought about it. He didn't have any impression of this person. But, since it was familiar, he must have seen it before. Hesitation flashed in his eyes. As he was considering whether or not to go over, a sword intent shot into the skies. It was sharp and overbearing, as if it could cut through all. It instantly pierced through the skies, faintly revealing a trace of blood. Ah! The dying scream was filled with anger and despair. Chapter 1342. It was him. A sharp light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. Without hesitation, his feet fell and he instantly rushed over. The distance wasn't too far. With his current cultivation, he could cross it in several breaths of time. The air was filled with the scent of blood. A figure appeared in Qin Yu's line of sight. As he saw this person seemed to sense something. He turned and raised his sword. Who? A powerful sword intent instantly arrived, firmly locking onto Qin Yu. If anything went wrong, it would erupt with a thunderous strike. Ling Zhao's face was pale and his eyes were dim. But as he looked at Qin Yu, he only frowned for a moment before composing himself. Not to mention anything else, just this calmness and self-control was rare. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he couldn't panic. Otherwise, besides making himself more distressed and dying faster, it wouldn't be of any use at all. At this time, Qin Yu's complexion changed. The silent furnace suddenly emitted some fluctuations. Faintly, it locked onto Ling Xiao. He actually had something on his body that involved an inextinguishable flame. Since this was the case, there was no need to hesitate. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He restored his original appearance and said, "Ling Xiao, it's been a long time since we last met. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit." This was the truth. Compared to when he was in the Endless Sea, Ling Xiao's strength had at least doubled. In fact, Qin Yu even felt as if he could break through his current boundary at any time and step into the boundless sea of suffering, entering the Saint Realm. As he thought, while his strength had risen by leaps and bounds, others hadn't stopped either. If it weren't for his lucky chance in the Lost Garden, it wouldn't have been long before he was overtaken. These geniuses with extraordinary backgrounds weren't to be trifled with. Ling Xiao frowned. "Qin, Mr. Ninth, you also entered World Zero?" His eyes locked onto Qin Yu. Besides the initial surprise, his fear and vigilance didn't lessen in the slightest. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He was able to guess what this fellow Ling Xiao was thinking. This Ling Xiao fellow was quite cautious. But thinking about it carefully, if he were in a place like World Zero and he were to suddenly meet someone he knew, he wouldn't easily believe it either. With a light cough, Qin Yu said, "Not too long ago, I went to the East Sea and encountered several people from your Heavenspan sword sect. The one leading them was a black-robed swordsman called Feng Zhou. Do you know of this?" Ling Xiao's face eased up as he clasped his hands to greet him. "Please forgive me, Mr. Jiu. The Zero World is really dangerous. I have met a strange beast that could transform into a human shape. It was almost impossible to see through it. I almost suffered a big loss." Then, he paused for a while before continuing, "In the Endless Sea, I have made an agreement with Mr. Jiu." As he finished speaking, he stared into Qin Yu's eyes. "This matter involves the Sly Life clan." Qin Yu's lips twitched. It seemed that this brat Ling Xiao had suffered quite a bit and was even more careful than he thought. "I'm not afraid right now. If you still feel uncertain, you can continue speaking." Ling Xiao bowed. "Heavenly Sword Sect's Ling Xiao greets Peach Gardens Miss Ninth. Out of caution, if I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." This fellow, he was quick to admit his mistakes and his attitude was also sincere. Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to be angry right now. He waved his hand for Ling Xiao to stand up. He thought for a moment and said, "Ling Xiao, I don't want to waste my breath. Let me see where you were injured." Ling Xiao tore open the clothes on his chest, revealing charred flesh and blood. His skin was torn open in a horrifying manner and faint traces of blood seeped out. The furnace suddenly shook. Inextinguishable flames. This was an injury caused by the inextinguishable flames. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. A trace of pleasant surprise gushed out from the depths of his heart. This was what it meant to wear out iron shoes in search of something. To find it without any effort at all, that was probably how it was. "Who injured you?" Seeing Qin Yu's surprise and eagerness, Ling Xiao was puzzled but he didn't ask. He said in a low voice, "I don't know this person. I just happened to see a crimson flame in his hand. Afterwards I was chased down by others." As he spoke, he pointed to a crack in the ground not too far away. There was a corpse lying on the ground. "This is one of the pursuers. He seems to be related to the Dark World." As he spoke, the corpse on the ground suddenly broke apart, turning into a mass of dark aura that vanished from sight. This was the same reaction that occurred when a cultivator from the Dark World was killed. It was similar to an incarnation, but its appearance was no different from that of a living person. It was truly a mysterious method. Dark World cultivators. Qin Yu frowned. He cursed his luck for being so bad. He had a lucky chance and coincidentally found traces of the inextinguishable flames on Ling Xiao's body, and now he was related to the Dark World. Facing a group of people that couldn't die, even he felt it would be tricky. But while it would be tricky, he had to obtain the inextinguishable flames. Not only was it related to increasing Qin Yu's strength, but it was also related to Peach Girl's life and death. He absolutely could not lose them. Even if he knew that he was facing a cultivator from the dark world, Qin Yu could only choose to face them head-on. There was no possibility of him retreating. His thoughts raced. After determining his next direction, Qin Yu began to ponder over some of the information revealed in Ling Zhao's words. He was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he pointed at his wound. "Your injury was caused by someone who controlled fire?" Ling Zhao nodded. "When that person discovered me, he seemed to be startled and angry. He didn't give me any chance to explain before directly attacking me. I wasn't his match, so I could only use the speed of my sword to escape. That person's movements seemed to be inconvenient, so I was able to take advantage of that chance to escape. This injury was caused when he saw that he couldn't catch me, so he suddenly shot out that mass of flames." As Ling Zhao spoke to hear, even with Ling Zhao's calm and formidable will, his pupils still shrank, revealing a bit of fear that he couldn't hide. "Very strong, very terrifying. At the time, I exploded a life-saving treasure that I obtained before, and it was just barely able to block that mass of flames. My current injury was only slightly touched by the flames. If it weren't for that, I fear I would have already been burnt to ashes." Qin Yu frowned. The might of the inextinguishable flames was actually so strong. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to block them. If it were him, he would be much better off, but he didn't have much confidence in the specifics. This was something he had to remember. If possible, he absolutely could not choose to collide with the inextinguishable flames. Thinking for a moment, he continued to ask, "Ling Zhao, are you saying that after you escaped, there were dark world cultivators chasing after you?" Ling Zhao nodded. "Yes." He looked down at the large wound on his chest that seemed to have been burnt by flames. "If I'm not wrong, it should be related to my injuries. After I escaped, I have been trying to repair my burnt flesh and blood, but I have been unable to do so. It seems as if there is some sort of terrifying burning strength fused into my flesh and blood. Before, I tried to cut off all the burnt flesh and blood on my chest, but it was useless. Once the wounds healed, they would immediately return to their current appearance." A sharp light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. His thoughts raced and he couldn't help but lick his lip. As mentioned before, the world zeros were filled with turbulent space flows. After stepping out of the world fragment, one would randomly appear somewhere else. But according to what Ling Zhao said, it wasn't hard to conclude that the dark world cultivators seemed to have a way to break through the turbulent space flows and directly cross over. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to chase after Ling Zhao. These two problems could be solved at the same time. In any case, he had to offend the dark world. Or to be more precise, Qin Yu had already offended them. If he could obtain more harvests, that would be a good thing. He had to fight them. This was something he didn't even need to think about. Qin Yu took a deep breath and looked at Ling Zhao. He raised a finger and said, "I can help you heal your injuries. As a reward, you must promise me that you will never reveal to anyone that you met me in the world zeros. Can you promise me this?" Ling Zhao did not hesitate in the slightest, bowing in respect. "This junior hereby swears to Miss Ninth that if I tell anyone else what happened after meeting you today, I will definitely be rejected by the heavens and earth, and have no hope of ever reaching the great Tao." To a cultivator who was focused on cultivation and had a bright future ahead of him, this oath was far too heavy. Qin Yu smiled. He lifted a hand and grasped forward. "It might be a bit painful. Don't resist." Ling Zhao flew over and landed in front of Qin Yu. He closed his eyes and restrained his aura. His actions were straightforward and efficient. The reason was simple. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, if Qin Yu wanted to harm him, he could casually kill him. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Although he could guess Ling Zhao's thoughts, Qin Yu was still satisfied with Ling Zhao's performance. There were some things that even if everyone was well aware of, not everyone could maintain such a decisive attitude. This was the disparity between people. He lifted a hand and touched Ling Zhao's chest. His charred flesh and blood felt extremely hard, like a hard block of wood or stone. As if Ling Zhao could feel Qin Yu's touch, a terrifying burning aura shot out from his fingertip and into Qin Yu's body. A burning smell immediately appeared. Qin Yu's finger turned charred black. He frowned for a moment before immediately composing himself. The charred black spread upwards, starting from his finger and gradually spreading to his entire palm. Then, it continued to climb up his arm and finally stopped when black marks appeared on Qin Yu's neck. Feeling his body improve, Ling Zhao opened his eyes. As he saw Qin Yu's current appearance, his complexion changed. Mr. Ninth, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Yu. "Don't worry, I am not so noble that I would sacrifice myself to save you. Since I dared to transfer the burning power into my body, I naturally have a solution. You don't need to worry about these things." He paused for a moment and then continued to say, "There is one last thing. Take out a wisp of your sword intent and then leave. Also, remember what you promised me. Don't mention today to anyone." Ling Zhao flicked his finger and a wisp of sword intent shot out. After sealing it, it turned into a sword shadow, and he offered it to Qin Yu with both hands. "Thank you for saving me, Mr. Ninth. If I have a chance to repay you in the future, Ling Zhao will do my best to repay you." As his words fell, he didn't hesitate. He turned and shot into the skies, turning into a sword shadow that howled into the distance. A turbulent flow of space appeared. It swallowed Ling Zhao and he vanished from sight. Now that he was gone, there was no need to be so tense. Qin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air, his complexion paling. The might of the inextinguishable flame was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Just a wisp of the burning power invaded his body. It was like his entire arm was crazily burning in a furnace. The taste was sour to the extreme. But that didn't matter. All of this was worth it. Now that he had absorbed this burning power, he had replaced Ling Zhao's position. If it hurt, then let it hurt. A sharp light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. With a thought, he transformed into Ling Zhao's appearance and received the sealed sword intent back into his body. His entire body was now invulnerable. Everything was ready. What he had to do next was to wait for the cultivators of the Dark World to come all the way here to deliver their heads. Chapter 1343. Li Yizhou frowned and his face darkened. He was a bit annoyed right now. Because of a moment of carelessness, someone had seen the everlasting flame. This thing was still a secret and couldn't be exposed. He immediately took remedial measures, but that sword cultivator wasn't very strong, but he was fast enough to escape and had a life-saving treasure in his hand. Even so, he managed to escape from death without a trace. Although this sword cultivator didn't necessarily recognize the everlasting flame, his body was stained with its aura. Once the outside world found out, it would cause great trouble. Even if this matter was spread back to the Dark World and his family found out, not only would he not gain any merit points, but his points would be greatly reduced. Li Yizhou of course wouldn't allow this to happen. Right now, he had other important matters to attend to, so he could only send his trusted cultivators to chase after him. But after 3 days, 2 of the people he sent to chase after him were killed. Li Yizhou was in a bad mood. He didn't know where this little sword cultivator came from, but his strength was ordinary. If he could do it himself, he could easily kill him, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this. He couldn't delay any longer. Although the people he sent were all his trusted subordinates, that clan and the Dark World feared each other and had always been paying attention to each other's movements. If they found out about this, it would be truly troublesome. Taking a deep breath, Li Yizhou's eyes flashed. He turned around and sat on a protruding rock in the cave. He flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. Mist tumbled inside. Pulling out the stopper, mist spilled out, directly turning into a phantom. Although it was blurry, this phantom released an extremely powerful aura. The phantom opened its eyes and swept around like lightning. Then it bowed and said, "Your Highness, what are your orders?" "One thing. Take this bead of fire and find a sword cultivator based on his aura. No matter what method you use, kill him." The phantom frowned. It hesitated and said, "Your Highness, my only mission is to protect you." Now that things have reached a critical moment, before it could finish, it was interrupted. Li Ijo's tone was unquestionable. "With the everlasting flame here, there is no need to worry about my safety. Leave immediately and return after you kill this person." The phantom helplessly nodded and took the bead of fire with both hands. This object was completely red, as if it were made of blood. But if one looked closely, they would find that all of this red was a burning flame. He turned around and left. With a flash, he disappeared. Li Ijo let out a breath and a cold smile appeared on his face. A mere nameless sword cultivator was able to force him to send out his shadow guards. It was already very impressive. Qin Yu was very patient. From Ling Zhao's words, it wasn't hard to judge that the Dark World cultivators wanted to conceal information about the inextinguishable flame. Therefore, as long as Soaring Cloud was not dead, the other party would never give up. It was only a matter of time before they continued to chase after him. He just didn't know if the person who came this time would be the main character. The cultivators of the Dark World couldn't be killed, so Qin Yu didn't want to waste any time with them. Once he obtained the eternal flame and forced out what he wanted, he would immediately rush over to where the eternal flame was and let the furnace feast on it. As he thought of this, he felt an even greater urgency in his heart. He subconsciously licked the corners of his lips, repeating these words over and over in his heart. "Come, come, come." According to legend, there was once a rain clan in the vast Yang world. Every time there was a drought, they would pray for rain. The important thing was that they succeeded every time. In truth, the reason was simple. They prayed for rain until it rained. What Qin Yu was doing now was similar to the legendary Rain Clan. Thus, his prayer was finally realized. His soul keenly caught a trace of spatial fluctuations, and along with it came a message from the furnace. It was excited. "It's here." Looking up, Qin Yu saw space shatter in front of him. A phantom walked out, holding a blood-red bead in its hand. No, it was a flame to begin with, and it was sealed within this bead. This was Qin Yu's primary goal for entering World Zeroth. The inextinguishable flame. Although he already knew that the Dark World cultivators had obtained the inextinguishable flame, Qin Yu was still excited to see it with his own eyes. It wasn't easy, it really wasn't easy at all. If it weren't for the fact that he met Soaring Cloud and the Dark World cultivators didn't hesitate to cross space to personally deliver it, Qin Yu knew that even if he stayed here for 100 years he still wouldn't be able to see the inextinguishable flame in front of him. The only pity was that there was far too little of it. It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. But that didn't matter. A bit less was fine. Rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. Once the bowl was finished, it would be the pot's turn. The phantom furrowed his eyebrows. At this moment, his mind tightened, a restless feeling growing in him. And the source of this restlessness was the eyes of the person across from him. Was this the person His Highness was talking about? That's right, his aura was very obvious. He was just a little sword cultivator with an ordinary cultivation. But his eyes were frightening. It made him feel as if a terrifying creature had locked onto him. It was a bit strange. Whatever, since he had found his target, he would just kill him. As His Highness Shadow Guard, he wasn't allowed to leave. Otherwise, if something happened to His Highness, he would also be beyond redemption. The phantom lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Space instantly shattered, like an avalanche caused by a sudden clap of thunder. With a loud rumble, it swept out from all directions, filled with endless brutality and destruction. Very strong. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. It seemed that the person who wanted to kill Soaring Cloud was already impatient. Unfortunately, he hadn't personally come. But, from the looks of it, once he killed this, well, it was probably an avatar or something like that, he would personally come. Then he would just kill him. The previous description wasn't wrong. The phantom was strong and his main body was definitely at the true saint level. But in front of Qin Yu, it wasn't enough. In particular, the other party clearly didn't view Qin Yu as an existence that could endanger his life. If he wanted to kill someone who didn't, then he would kill them all. Master, please wait a moment. A second before he attacked, the stone pagoda's voice sounded out. I have encountered something like a true saint's great Tao avatar before. With a bit of preparation, I can suppress his great Tao source and forcefully extract his memories. How much you can obtain will depend on your luck. I think that in this situation, Master should give it a try. Perhaps you will be able to obtain what you want the most. For instance, how did the cultivators of the dark world ignore the effects of the turbulent flows of space and directly cross over? The stone pagoda didn't finish speaking, but that didn't affect Qin Yu from understanding its meaning. His eyes brightened. How long will it take? Very quickly. I ask Master to be patient. Qin Yu punched out. The difference in power from when he was preparing to kill someone was like the heavens and earth. He was just barely able to open a gap in the shattered space and escape. Dark world, don't go too far. Qin Yu roared as he flew away. But no matter how he heard it, he felt a bit lacking in confidence. The stone pagoda sighed inwardly. Master's acting skills were indeed incomparable to those of the past. It wouldn't be too much to say that he had reached the point of perfection. Just this roar, the trembling voice, the high and low pitch of the voice, displayed its charm. And there was no need to mention the movements and expressions that accompanied his escape. Every part of it was nearly perfect. The phantom had definitely been tricked, and as expected, the other party frowned, a bit puzzled. Since he was a sword cultivator, why would he use such a method to escape? But this thought only flashed for a moment. There were many sword cultivators that walked the path of body tempering in order to use their flesh and blood bodies to withstand stronger sword intent. Whatever, there was no need to think too much about it. No matter what method he used, he would just kill him. However, this boy wasn't weak. It was no wonder that the people that His Highness sent before weren't able to kill him and instead lost their lives. But since he was the one attacking today, he naturally wouldn't give this boy any chance. You want to run? Hum hum. The phantom stepped forwards at a terrifying speed. It instantly crossed the distance between the two and smashed its hand down at Qin Yu's head. In truth, even Qin Yu was startled by this speed. This was the first time he had encountered someone so fast. In the blink of an eye, the phantom arrived in front of him. With a humming sound, Qin Yu instantly turned into a sword shadow that crazily shot forwards. Is the stone pagoda ready? If he continued like this, he really wouldn't be able to continue acting. He would have to turn around and kill this other party. But how fast was a true saint's reaction? If he couldn't suppress the avatar's source of the great Tao the moment he killed it, he could immediately escape or cause the source to collapse and disintegrate. Otherwise, things wouldn't have been so troublesome. Immediately, behind him, the phantom sneered. You cannot escape. Accept your fate. Whoosh, his speed suddenly increased. Qin Yu turned around and raised a hand to block. With a loud bang, he was sent flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face paled. He tumbled to the ground. With another loud bang, the earth shook and endless dust shot into the skies. The phantom frowned. This little sword cultivator's life was quite tenacious. He had taken a punch from him and still hadn't died. The cultivators of the Southwest were truly like cockroaches. They were like this in the past and they were still like this now. But no matter how tenacious a cockroach's life was, it couldn't stop the grinding of a stone mill. If one punch couldn't kill it, then 2 punches was enough. Lying in the deep pit, Qin Yu revealed a helpless expression. Did he really have to take another punch? Perhaps sensing his impatience, the stone pagoda hurried over. Finally, the moment the phantom rushed over, it completed its preparations. Done! Whoosh! With a shrill whistling sound, the phantom pierced through the dust and howled forwards. Its eyes instantly locked onto Qin Yu, who was lying powerlessly at the bottom of the pit. Killing intent exploded in its eyes. It was time to end this. A punch came crashing down. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. A wild strength instantly erupted, terrifying like a volcano awakening. The surrounding earth was instantly torn apart and countless terrifying cracks appeared, rapidly spreading in all directions. A violently distorted and severely deformed phantom was sent flying into the skies. His field of vision darkened and his mind was muddled. Only a single thought kept circling around him: impossible. How was this possible? Just a moment ago, this was just a little lamb that he had crushed into the ground. Just as he was about to kill Qin Yu, the plot had suddenly reversed? Without giving the phantom any more time to believe this, there was another loud bang from the ground. Qin Yu rushed out, instantly approaching and striking out with his hand. Bang! There was a low and deep explosion, as if a towering mountain that supported the heavens were crashing into the earth from the highest heavens. The violently distorted phantom suddenly froze. Kacha, kacha, the sound of shattering rang out from within. It was like a fragile glass ornament that shattered beneath Qin Yu's fist. A blurry little person appeared. His eyes were filled with anger and fear. He turned and fled without hesitation. Stone Pagoda. Chapter 1344. Bang! The stone pagoda phantom descended. Like a giant mouth, it swallowed the little person. In the next moment, a strange cold aura was released. A layer of ice visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface of the stone pagoda phantom, wrapping around it. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. It looked like it had succeeded. He couldn't help with this matter and could only wait for the final result. He hoped he could read more memories. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a muffled pring sound came from the phantom of the stone pagoda. It distorted for a moment, and the ice that covered the pagoda instantly shattered. Too fast. In such a short period of time, it was hard to obtain enough memories. Qin Yu frowned, but he couldn't blame the stone pagoda. After all, if it hadn't mentioned it on its own initiative, Qin Yu wouldn't have obtained anything even if he killed the great Tao avatar. Master, his reaction was too fast. The stone pagoda's voice was weak. Qin Yu waved his hand. I don't blame you. The other party's main body is a true saint. He isn't easy to deal with. The stone pagoda paused and then said. Although his reaction was fast, I wasn't slow either. I read some memories. For instance, why the cultivators of the Dark World were able to complete a directional transfer within World Zeroth. Qin Yu revealed a happy expression. Really? The stone pagoda said, of course. I wouldn't dare to speak nonsense about this. Master will understand once you see it. A thought fluctuation transmitted over. Qin Yu closed his eyes and received it. Sure enough, the memories of the great Tao avatar were forcefully read. After carefully looking through it, he immediately understood. At the edge of World Zeroth, the Dark World had constructed 4 darkness origin eyes. Each one occupied a corner and used it as a coordinate. At the same time, they borrowed the power of the darkness eyes to offset the influence of the turbulent space flows. Qin Yu opened his eyes, his face filled with amazement. He didn't know what price the Dark World had paid for this, but he didn't need to think to know that this was a massive project. It had to be known that the edge of World Zeroth was the place where space was the most chaotic after a small world shattered. There were fragments of a small world there, but they couldn't withstand the wild strength of the outside world and were slowly destroyed. Only those who wouldn't die would dare to use their lives to fill in the gaps and build the Eye of Darkness bit by bit. This was the interior of World Zeroth, one of the greatest secrets of the Dark World. Of course, only the cultivators of the World of Darkness were qualified to use the Eye of Darkness. Even if others knew about it, they would not be able to use it. However, this did not seem to be a problem for Qin. If he could successfully act as the Darkness True Sage, would it be difficult for him to blindfold the Eye of Darkness? No matter how powerful it was, no matter how much time and effort it took to build it, it was still a dead object. Go and try it now. A sharp light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. His heart was filled with urgency. At this time, the furnace emitted a loud roar. It was only then that he realized he had forgotten something. Oh, it's the bead that sealed the inextinguishable flame. As expected, people couldn't be too excited. To actually forget such an important matter, it was simply unforgivable. No wonder the furnace was so angry that it wanted to roar. Qin Yu's eyes swept around and immediately locked onto the bead that had fallen to the ground. He lifted his hand and was about to take it away when his complexion changed. Bang! The bead that flew towards him exploded, releasing crimson flames that condensed into an endless sea of fire that submerged Qin Yu. A terrifying burning aura soared to the heavens. Space distorted violently, the earth was rapidly melting, and everything within the range of the flames was sinking. Everything entered a state of destruction. Hiding within the furnace, Qin Yu looked at the blazing crimson flames outside. His lips twitched and he cursed himself for being too careless. If it weren't for the furnace, even if he smoothly killed the great Tao Avatar, he would have suffered a great loss. Luckily, he had the furnace in his hand. He didn't know what changes had occurred to it when it was tempered by heavenly tribulation in the past, but it didn't fear being burned by flames at all. This was the case with the flame of eternal night, and this was also the case with the inextinguishable flame today. As time passed, the raging sea of fire began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it was swallowed up by the furnace. Within the furnace, Qin Yu discovered that there were many faint motes of light within. This feeling was somewhat similar to the star chart drawn down by his divine seal. The furnace refined the great Tao. Although this matter seemed simple, the heaven-defying aspect of it was simply an unbelievable miracle. Before this, Qin Yu hadn't been able to figure out just how the furnace was able to accomplish this. But as he looked at the motes of light that appeared on the furnace, a thought leapt into his mind. Could it be that the foundation of the furnace's path of refinement was because it possessed some attribute that was close to the heavens and earth? For instance, by copying the world into the furnace and using the furnace to replace the world, one could naturally exercise authority on behalf of the world and help a cultivator refine the great Tao. If this was really the case, then it was similar to the true divinity path that Qin Yu walked. Perhaps the two could be mutually verified. Looking deeply at the motes of light on the furnace, Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. He could consider these things in the future. Right now, the most important thing was to test whether or not he could use the Eye of Darkness to transmit within World Zeroth. As long as he could do this, even if he couldn't obtain a method to determine the location of the inextinguishable flame from the Dark Faction, Qin Yu could still use this stupid method to search for it. With a thought, he left the furnace. He waved his hand and put it away, howling towards the edge of the small world. Bang! With a loud explosion, the stone beneath Li Yizhou was crushed by the strength he released from his body. He opened his eyes. His complexion was pale and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. The Shadow Guard had died. Damn it, he was just a little sword cultivator, so how did this happen? If the Shadow Guard's death was beyond Li Yizhou's expectations, then when he sensed this and detonated the inextinguishable flame without hesitation, he still wasn't able to kill the sword cultivator. This made things even more strange. In this world, no one was clearer than him on the might of the inextinguishable flame. Even a true saint-level existence would shed several layers of skin after being touched by it. But that sword cultivator hadn't died. Instead, The inextinguishable flame that split off from him had completely disappeared. At this moment, countless conspiratorial thoughts gushed out from Li Yizhou's heart. He even thought of his other brothers and sisters who were competing with him. No, they shouldn't dare. No matter how fierce the competition for the throne was, it involved the ownership of the southwest desolate region. No one dared to act recklessly. Otherwise, if even the tiniest bit of information was leaked out, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. There had been precedents for this, and no one dared to violate this taboo. If it wasn't them, could it be a trap set up by that clan? Within World Zeroth, it seemed that only they could scheme against the dark faction. But that wasn't right. If it was really that clan, after sensing the existence of the inextinguishable flame, they would have already gone crazy. They definitely wouldn't be as calm as they were now. Li Yizhou's brows furrowed even tighter. He couldn't figure it out, but there was one thing he was sure of. There was definitely a problem with the sword cultivator that had escaped. Faintly, he felt an invisible pressure, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Damn it! He looked at the bottom of the cave. There was a flame burning there, and there was a black shadow inside. It seemed like it was refining something. After so much difficulty, he had finally caught this thing. He definitely couldn't give up halfway, or else it would be extremely difficult to find it again. Luckily, the refining was nearing its end. It couldn't hold on for much longer. Once the refining was complete, he would immediately move to kill that sword cultivator. After obtaining the item in the cave, he would be able to control the inextinguishable flame much more easily. Killing that person would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Li Yizhou took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. The quietly jumping flame reflected the sweat on his temples and his slightly pale face. His first attempt ended in failure. The moment Qin Yu stepped out of the small world fragment, he did indeed sense the aura of the four eyes of darkness. He also smoothly formed a connection with them. But the connection was soon severed and he wasn't able to borrow their strength. After a familiar and uncomfortable journey through the turbulent flows of space, Qin Yu's figure appeared on a strange world fragment. Moreover, there was a small Easter egg that came with it, a strange beast that spat out poisonous gas. It wasn't that this beast had provoked Qin Yu on its own initiative, but that he had stepped into its lair with a single step. As he sucked in a deep breath of poisonous gas, his eyes filled with tears. In order to repay this warm and hospitable little strange beast, Qin Yu gave it a simple answer, a very simple answer indeed. He didn't have the time to waste with it. He had to hurry up and continue experimenting. This was the most important matter right now. The second time was a repeat of the first and second. The third time was a repeat of the first and second. The fourth time was a repeat of the fourth. But he didn't run into one as soon as he entered. Rather, Qin Yu was in a hurry to leave and was ambushed midway. There was nothing he could do about it. He had to send it on its way. Then, this continued until the 12th time. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stepped out of the world fragment. The turbulent space immediately wrapped around him. In his consciousness, the position of the four eyes of darkness appeared. He adjusted his aura to synchronize with them, separating himself from the turbulent space and choosing a direction. Shua, Qin Yu's figure vanished from sight. After several breaths of time, he appeared on a world fragment. He had succeeded. Qin Yu subconsciously clenched his fists, a happy expression on his face. As expected, as a dark half-sage, this wasn't a problem at all for him. The Dark World Camp would never have imagined that the four eyes of darkness that they had painstakingly constructed would be secretly borrowed by someone else. Not just that, but the Qin Yu who had obtained the right to use the eyes of darkness would immediately become their nightmare. This was because after Qin Yu tried 2 more times and successfully moved forward, the stone tower suddenly spoke up. Master, in truth, besides the information I gave you before, I also read some other incomplete memory fragment. The reason I didn't tell you before was because if you couldn't control the directional transmission, it would have been useless even if you knew now. The decision is in your hands. A thought fluctuation passed through his mind. After reading it, Qin Yu's eyes brightened. I've finally found you, the master of the inextinguishable flame. The memory fragments were fragmented and there were many parts missing, but it was enough to make a rough judgment. In the Dark World camp, the cultivator who controlled the inextinguishable flame was currently refining an important treasure, thus he hadn't personally come to chase after Qin Yu. The key point was that in order to refine this treasure, one needed to use the inextinguishable flame. And, using the inextinguishable flame would cause a great deal of damage to one's body. In other words, the Dark World cultivator who controlled the inextinguishable flame was currently in a weakened state. And this memory fragment just happened to include a location, perhaps because he cared too much about it. He remembered it particularly clearly. Chapter 1345. He had found the cultivator with the everlasting flames and determined their position. They were currently in a weakened state and it was difficult for them to move. Killing intent appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. Did he even need to consider this? If the mountain doesn't come, then I will go. If you don't come looking for me, then I will go looking for you on my own initiative. That's right, this was how it was. It might be a bit risky, but this world had always been fair. If he wanted a harvest, he had to pay the price. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu shot up into the skies. The moment he stepped out of the small world, he sensed the 4 eyes of darkness. Shwar, his figure vanished from sight. The Dark World had spent a great deal of time to construct 4 eyes of darkness at the edge of World Zero. But this didn't mean that the Dark World cultivators could freely teleport within. There were many restrictions to its use. For instance, there was a limit to how far it could teleport and it couldn't reach a distant target. Moreover, every teleportation consumed the accumulated strength of the Eye of Darkness. The greatest restriction to the teleportation of the Eye of Darkness lay in the final point, energy consumption. Without permission or at critical moments, the Dark World cultivators would reduce the number of times they used the Eye of Darkness to teleport. This was because once the load was too great, it might cause damage to the Eye of Darkness. But to Qin Yu, this clearly didn't restrict him at all. Let alone the fact that he didn't know about this. Even if he did, so what? Would he take care of the Eye of Darkness on behalf of the Dark World and reduce the number of times it could be used? Haha. So, he didn't know how long it would take for the Master of the Fires of Darkness to finish refining it, so he had to be as fast as possible. After every teleportation, he didn't pause at all. Even if he encountered some cute strange beasts that blocked his way, he would send them on their way as quickly as possible. Teleportation. 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 Qin Yu's figure appeared on a world fragment. He swept his eyes around and after not finding any dangers, he sat down cross-legged. Even with his cultivation, teleporting so many times had consumed some energy. And he was already very close to his destination. If his luck was good, he could arrive in a single teleportation. If his luck was bad, just as this thought appeared, before Qin Yu could even turn around, his complexion changed. He thought that there were some things that he really shouldn't think about. With a thought, Qin Yu's aura instantly changed. Darkness power gushed out, submerging his figure within. In the next moment, space shook and 2 Dark World cultivators stepped out. Their eyes locked onto Qin Yu. Although they could sense the darkness aura coming from his body, they still frowned. Who are you? Why are you here? In the darkness, Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He suddenly sneered. I was ordered to guard the surrounding small world fragments to prevent anyone from entering. Who are you? The 2 Dark World cultivators were clearly dumbfounded. One of them frowned. You don't know me? Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that he was done for. It seemed that this person's status wasn't low. He had already been exposed before they even arrived. Since he had already been discovered, he would strike first to gain the upper hand. First, he would kill the two people in front of him, then kill his way over. An ominous light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. Just as he was about to attack, the Dark World cultivator suddenly said, "Did you come with His Highness?" Qin Yu's eyes flashed and his voice became even more arrogant. "Since you know who I am, why haven't you reported your name yet? Impudent!" As he spoke, he raised a hand and pressed forward. "Since you dare disrespect this general, I will suppress you and bring you to His Highness to be dealt with." The other person sneered, "General Howling Tiger has a noble background and even has a seat in front of His Highness. You are simply seeking death." The power of darkness around Qin Yu collapsed. He was pressed to the ground, revealing a pale face that was filled with panic. "General, spare me!" General Howling Tiger coldly snorted. "Bring him along. I want to ask His Highness if this is his sincerity towards my General Howling Tiger's residence." "Yes, General." One of them grabbed Qin Yu and the two of them shot into the skies. Turbulent space currents wrapped around them. General Howling Tiger stuffily coughed. The Eye of Darkness had reacted a beat too slowly, causing him to be caught off guard and suffer the impact of the space currents. "General, are you all right?" the person who grabbed Qin Yu nervously asked. General Howling Tiger shook his head. "I'm fine." His face darkened. The Eye of Darkness actually shows signs of weakening. What did His Highness do after coming here that he would consume so much energy? After being grabbed, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He thought that if there was no accident, then he would be the one to blame. "But I won't tell you." He had been thinking about how he could suddenly attack and weaken the strength of the Dark faction as much as possible. The reason was simple. Since the holder of the Flames of Darkness was refining something and couldn't move, there would definitely be guards around him. Once he was entangled by these people, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Time was tight and he had to finish this quickly, but before Qin Yu could think of a way, someone had delivered themselves to his door. For instance, he could break into the enemy's camp and then explode with a bang, catching them off guard. That would be easy. Good people, they were all good people. The great Tao avatar from before was like this, and this General Howling Tiger was also like this. Qin Yu felt that the cultivators of the Dark faction he had encountered were all quite good. Qian Nether had wanted to kill him and in the end had offered up the flame of eternal night with both hands. There was also that true saint Bai Yu, who had called him Brother Qin and had risked his life to save him. He was touched, he was a little touched. Perhaps he should have been a little gentler. Forget it. He had to be responsible for his own life. "Thank you, I can only thank you." Schwar, his field of vision brightened. The journey had ended. Qin Yu swept his eyes around and silently praised General Howling Tiger in his heart. Don't be fooled by her name. She had the temperament of a Lu Bai. Her skills weren't bad at all. She had completed an accurate positioning in a single attempt. There were indeed cultivators of the Dark faction guarding this place. But as these people saw General Howling Tiger, their complexions changed, revealing awe. They hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, General Howling Tiger." General Howling Tiger coldly responded. He strode forwards. "Where is His Highness? I have an important matter to discuss with him." The person following behind casually tossed Qin Yu away. This person has no respect for his superiors and dares to disrespect General Howling Tiger. First lock him up and wait for General Howling Tiger to return from His Highness before dealing with him. Yes. General, please rest assured that we will keep a good eye on this person. The cultivators guarding the Dark faction nodded again and again. Then, their eyes fell on Qin Yu. This face looked a bit unfamiliar. Was he new? He was quite bold to actually dare to offend General Howling Tiger's residence. His Highness was currently striving for the support of General Howling Tiger's residence, so how could he be any better after learning of this? This boy feared he was in for a great deal of trouble. He could only hope that he had a good background, otherwise even if he didn't die he would have to shed a layer of skin. Feeling the ridicule, sympathy, and even a bit of pity in everyone's eyes, Qin Yu seriously thought about it. Should he attack now, or should he attack now, or should he attack now? Time was of the essence. Moreover, because General Howling Tiger had arrived, almost all of the dark faction cultivators hiding in the dark had gathered around him, surrounding him. Then he wouldn't wait any longer. Qin Yu looked up and met everyone's eyes. His pale face suddenly revealed a smile. This boy, he could still smile at this moment. Could he have been scared silly? Just as this thought appeared, the word coward was still swirling around in his mind. But in the next moment, it was like a giant meteor had crashed into the ground. The wild strength that was stirred up was like a raging wave that wrapped around everyone, causing them to fall into a fiery baptism. There was only one chance to attack, so Qin Yu didn't choose to kill anyone. A large-scale attack was the best choice. Perhaps it wouldn't be able to kill too many people, but it would be enough to completely weaken the strength of the dark faction cultivators by half if not more. Even if they were injured, would these people still be a problem? Enemy attack! A dark faction cultivator screamed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was unknown what cut his face, but a terrifying wound had been torn open. His flesh and blood rapidly gushed out, instantly dyeing his entire face red. But this person's aura remained tyrannical and his eyes were firm. In the face of danger, he didn't panic. As he roared out in anger, he displayed the style of an enemy general. Such a person had to be killed first. Otherwise, would he be allowed to live and cause more trouble for Qin Yu? Thinking this, Qin Yu attacked. He stepped forwards and instantly approached. This person's pupils shrank and he roared out loud as he punched out. He reacted quickly and decisively. He knew that he couldn't dodge in time, so he chose to resist with all his strength. As long as he could withstand this attack, he could obtain support from the surrounding people. This was the best method he could think of right now. He really was a smart person, but what a pity, since Qin Yu wanted to kill him and reduce his own troubles, he certainly wouldn't give this person a chance to breathe. Bang! There was a dull sound, like a ripe persimmon falling to the ground from a branch. Then, it split apart and all sorts of juices splashed out. This scene was far too beautiful, so there was no need to describe it. In short, the scene of a living person turning into an exploding persimmon could be imagined. Of course, in the end, all of this, before the juices fell to the ground, they turned into darkness aura and vanished without a trace. This was cheating. If killing people wasn't killing people, then what was the point of killing them? At this time, Qin Yu felt that the dark faction cultivators were all good people. It was just that they weren't very honest in their dealings. After killing someone with a single strike, Qin Yu's thoughts raced through his mind. But he didn't stop at all. His hand swept to the left and two more dark faction cultivators were sent flying away like ragged sacks. They fell to the ground one after another, their bodies twitching twice. Then, like locusts unwilling to die in autumn, they turned into the power of darkness and vanished. Protect His Highness! Stop this person at all costs! Screams and roars filled the air. As they were speaking, Qin Yu had already killed two more people. But with such loud voices, were they really here to protect His Highness and not to ask for help? General Howling Tiger said His Highness, and these people also said His Highness. It seemed that the one who had sent a great Tao avatar here was him. In other words, the eternal flame was on His Highness' body. It was simply perfect. Deep within the cave, after the guests and host finished greeting each other, General Howling Tiger lightly coughed. But before he could say half a word, there was movement outside. In order to conceal the aura and prevent it from being sensed by the outside world, there were multiple layers of protective enchantments placed within the cave, so it wasn't too clear what was happening. Li Yizhou frowned for a moment before composing himself. It seems that some strange beast has entered the small world fragment. It will soon be dealt with, so there is no need for us to pay attention to it." He smiled, but before he could speak, his smile froze. This was because as his words fell, the entire cave clearly shook, and there were even several pitiful screams. This was a slap to the face. Moreover, it was the essence of fast, accurate, and ruthless. Li Yizhou's face darkened. Across from him, General Howling Tiger waved his hand. "Wolf Guard, you leave first. I just so happen to have some matters to discuss with His Highness." These words were definitely giving him some face. The Wolf Guard was a cultivator following behind him. He calmly bowed. "Yes, General." After bowing to Li Yizhou, he turned and walked out. Looking at his back, Li Yizhou revealed a look of praise. "I have long heard that the Howling Tiger Mansion's Wolf Guard is 1 in a million and is extremely powerful. Now that I see it, they truly live up to their reputation." General Howling Tiger's eyes flashed with pride. Looking at the entire western regions, the Wolf Guard could be considered a top elite force. Once His Highness returns with victory, the Howling Tiger Mansion will send 10 Wolf Guards to fill the ranks of His Highness bodyguards. This was a promise, the same as expressing which side he stood on. Since it involved so much, there were naturally preconditions. This was also the response that the Howling Tiger Mansion had given to him in order to win over Qin Yu. If one wanted to obtain the support of the Howling Tiger Mansion, they first had to show a promising future. This was very reasonable. Li Yizhou laughed. "Good. Then I will wait for the general to send them over. I will say this in advance, they must be the most outstanding." Bang! A dull thud interrupted the tacit smiles of the two youths. The Wolf Guard that had just been sent out to see what was happening was now lying in a pile of rubble. His chest had caved in and blood was gushing out from his nose and mouth. He struggled to shout out a warning, "General, there is a powerful enemy outside." Although his sternum had been broken in a single blow, the Wolf Guard could clearly see that the person killing outside was the person that the general had ordered to be brought back. But this matter wasn't something he could say. Did he have to slap his own general in front of Li Yizhou? But what the Wolf Guard didn't know was that his appearance as he lay in the rubble and vomited blood was already a vicious slap to the face of the Howling Tiger Mansion. Moreover, it was a loud and clear slap. He had just said that he would send the Wolf Guard to Li Yizhou, but in the blink of an eye, he had been beaten so badly that he couldn't even speak properly? General Howling Tiger's complexion paled. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands across his chest. His Highness has reached a critical moment and cannot be disturbed. Since there is a powerful enemy outside, I will personally kill them. The Wolf Guard revealed an anxious expression. But before he could say anything, he couldn't even take a breath before he fainted. General Howling Tiger's murderous expression froze and his eyes turned even colder. Li Yizhou lightly coughed. "With the general taking action, I will be able to rest easy." He didn't speak again. Facts were always more powerful than words. General Howling Tiger decided that he would use the enemy's head to wash away the humiliation the Howling Tiger Mansion had suffered. He nodded and turned to leave. As he passed through layers upon layers of enchantments, the miserable screams in his ears and the smell of blood in his nose and mouth suddenly became much more real. Narrowing his eyes, a cold light flashed in General Howling Tiger's eyes. The moment he stepped out of the cave, he instantly locked onto the person who was killing. He froze where he stood. General Howling Tiger's face flushed red. He finally understood why the Wolf Guard couldn't speak clearly, and he was immediately filled with anger and shame. Chapter 1346. Amidst the screams and wails, the cultivators of the Dark World were filled with both fear and disbelief. It had been many years since anyone had dared to provoke the Dark World. Even the powerful clans were wary of each other. But today, someone had plotted to slaughter the Dark World's cultivators. Although they wouldn't really die, they would have to pay a great price to descend into the Dark World once more, which meant that there would be a great feud between them. Either the other party had gone mad, or they were unscrupulous. At this moment, the surviving cultivators of the dark world recovered from their initial shock and anger. They suddenly realized that the person who was massacring them was someone brought by the Tiger Howl General. Could this be related to the fight for the throne of the Western regions? Thinking of this, everyone's hearts trembled and fear involuntarily appeared on their faces. If that was the case, how could they possibly get out of this mess? At this moment, the Tiger Howl General angrily appeared. They had been tricked. The mighty Tiger Howl General's estate had to die. Only by killing this person could they redeem their last shred of dignity. The general took a deep breath as killing intent surged in his chest. It was time for him to end this farce. Tiger Howl General! With a scream, the surviving cultivators of the dark world subconsciously retreated, their eyes wide with fear. They weren't stupid and had naturally thought of what they should. Almost all the cultivators of the dark world reacted in the same manner. If their guess was correct, and the Tiger Howl General was here, but Her Highness hadn't shown herself, could it be that he had succeeded? Thinking of this, the fear on everyone's faces deepened. If Her Highness's avatar was killed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar that would implicate all of them. Seeing this scene, the general's chest suddenly tightened and his killing intent was suppressed. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was so dark that it seemed like it was about to drip water. What were these bastards thinking? How could he, the great general of the Tiger Howl General's estate, do such a brainless thing? However, he was indeed the one who brought the people here. Although he could explain it, no one would believe him in this situation. If his opponents found out about this matter and pinned a few accusations on his head, it was very likely that there would be a huge mess. Kill. He had to kill this person. As long as he killed him with his own hands, all the problems would be solved. After nearly vomiting blood in anger, General Tiger Howl's killing intent became even thicker. He was originally a general who led troops in battle, and now his killing intent was boiling. Infernal energy erupted from his body, condensing into the phantom of a white tiger above his head. This tiger roared, and its eyes were icy cold as it locked onto Qin. Bang! With a loud bang, the ground collapsed. General Hu Shao rushed out like a bolt of lightning and punched out with his fist. When a master made a move, a single strike was enough to determine their depth. The corners of Qin Yu's eyes arched up, a solemn expression on his face. True divine. Previously, he had vaguely sensed that General Hu Shao, who was named Lu Bai, was an expert, but now he finally confirmed it. In the vast Yang world, how many true sages could there be? But until today, he had already met 5 true sages of the dark world, including the Black Turtle Patriarch who had been tricked to death. This did not include the unfathomable Eye of Eternal Night. But this was definitely not everything. In fact, it might only be a small part of it. Just what sort of existence was the dark world? Why were they able to produce so many true sages and yet maintain such a low profile? Even cultivators who weren't part of the Saint Tao circle didn't know of their existence. There was a problem, there was definitely a problem. Qin Yu felt that behind the dark world, there was likely some heaven-shaking secret. It was just that he knew too little about it, so he couldn't make a judgment. Provoking them might not be a good choice, but what could Qin Yu do? He had already thoroughly offended them in the East Sea. If his identity was exposed again in the world Zeroth, and the dark world learned that he was them, they might not rest until they killed him. They would spare no cost to kill him. Just thinking about it left him tired. But this was life. Things never followed the script you hoped for. Even if you knew there would be problems, you could only brace yourself and continue forward. Bang! With a loud explosion, General Hu Zhao's complexion changed. A strength that could topple mountains and overturn seas broke into his body. With a stuffy cough, General Hu Shao was forced backwards. Every step he took caused a heaven-shaking explosion, and a terrifying pit appeared in the ground. Several dark world cultivators were unlucky enough to be caught up in the shockwave. They were sent flying away, their bodies twisted beyond recognition. Since there was no other choice and he knew there would be trouble, he could only brace himself and continue forward. There was no point in hesitating. After Qin Yu struck out, he didn't pause at all. He hurtled straight towards General Hu Shao. That so-called highness still hadn't appeared. It was clear that the refining had reached a critical moment. In other words, things had nearly reached the end and the other party could complete the refining at any moment. General Hu Shao wasn't weak, but Qin Yu didn't fear him. But if that so-called highness was added on top of him, an existence that could control the ever-burning flame, then there would definitely be trouble. So since he was going to attack, he had to finish this quickly. He had to deal with this person in the shortest time possible and then rush into the cave to seize the ever-burning flame. The plan was clear and Qin Yu carried it out without hesitation. If he said he would send you on your way as soon as possible, then he absolutely wouldn't hold back. General Hu Shao could clearly feel the icy cold killing intent that Qin Yu released. He was both shocked and angry. He thought to himself, how arrogant! I was able to establish the Howling Tiger Mansion and am a top character in the entire western regions, so how could I be killed by just anyone? If it weren't for the fact that this was a puppet condensed from the power of darkness, then even though I could retain my boundary, I wouldn't be able to use many of my abilities. Otherwise, I could have smashed you to pieces with a single arm. You want to kill me? You are seeking death. General Hu Zhao's anger boiled. He suddenly reared his head back and roared. A white tiger condensed from infernal energy appeared above his head and fused into his body. Pipa, the white armor suddenly appeared, and the pieces were tightly fastened together, covering his entire body. After the visor fell off, only a pair of eyes were exposed. Impressively, there was a majestic tiger's head on the helmet. Its eyes were scarlet red, and they flickered with a bloody and demonic light. Bang! With the white armor covering his body, the aura that General Hu Shao released rose once more. The terrifying killing intent nearly condensed into essence, causing mournful wails to fill the ears of those who heard it. Men, women, old, young, all of them gathered together. It was like a cruel and despairing symphony that caused one's mind to tremble. The one who will kill you today is the Howling Tiger Mansion of the western regions. With a loud shout, General Hu Shao punched out his fist. The strength of this punch instantly tore through space. It was like a meteor falling from the heavens. Before it reached the terrifying aura, it already left one feeling suffocated. Western regions. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He had keenly grasped the key point in this person's words. It was a completely unfamiliar name. When he got back, he would ask the garden master to see if he could obtain any harvest. As for why he was still in the mood to grasp the information in this person's words and investigate, the reason was very simple. This was because although General Hu Shao had put on a white armor for himself, in Qin Yu's eyes, it was all for naught. Within the soulless land, the rules of the world were broken and the great Tao of a true saint naturally clashed with it. Once one arrived there would be a backlash. If it was light, the great Tao would be damaged, and if it was heavy, it would directly collapse. Thus, true saints wouldn't come to this place easily. Even if they did, they would be careful and restrain their great Tao aura. In short, if they were afraid, their strength would be greatly reduced. In the outside world, Qin Yu was able to directly confront a true saint and even kill several of them. How could he be afraid here? Bang! The Xiantian spirit in his body instantly burned away and a wild strength erupted. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stepped forwards, punching out to meet the attack. Actually, the introduction of World Zeroth Land previously was not very detailed. Qin Yu had also experienced it personally after entering and slowly concluded that this place was not friendly to true divines. However, it did not mean that cultivators who were below true divines would be fine. The rules were broken and space was chaotic. This was the environment of World Zeroth. Any living being that entered would certainly be affected. True saints were the most restricted, and the strength of cultivators below them would also be weakened. In particular, there were some cultivators that cultivated law supernatural abilities. After entering World Zeroth, even their laws would be broken, so how could they display their abilities? Even if it was extremely difficult and in addition to the severe damage to their bodies, if they were to forcefully display their abilities, the power would still be pitifully pitiful. Thus, the cultivators in World Zeroth had relatively simple methods of killing each other. They either relied on their tyrannical mortal bodies, treasures, or some strange methods that didn't rely on the support of the laws. Because of this, General Hu Zhao's attacks were extremely crude. He didn't have the charm of a true saint at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but because he was in World Zeroth, he could only compete with others in pure strength. Qin Yu had cultivated the body of laws, had the power of the Xiantian spirit, and could even transform into the Abyss Titan. Would he be afraid of competing in strength? If Qin Yu could fight with a true saint in the outside world, then in World Zeroth, he wouldn't be afraid even if he fought against 3 of them. If it wasn't because of this, Qin Yu wouldn't have dared to take the initiative to attack after reading the memories of the identity of the Great Tao through the stone pagoda. Being decisive was definitely not being impulsive. The relationship between the two was like heaven and earth. Today, World Zeroth was Qin Yu's home ground. Bang! A loud sound rang out. General Hu Zhao's body was sent flying by the hammer as he roared in anger. Kacha, kacha! Cracks appeared on his white armor, spreading outwards like a spider web. It didn't seem obvious, but the penetrating power almost broke General Hu Zhao's ribs. Moreover, this was after the white armor had taken the brunt of the attack. If he had been hit directly, he wouldn't be roaring, he would be spewing out blood. Cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. There was one thing that General Hu Zhao was sure of. The person in front of him was not a true saint. However, the power that he had erupted with was simply unimaginable. If he had used the power of the Great Tao, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. However, this was World Zeroth. Recklessly using the Great Tao was tantamount to suicide. Damn it! Just what did Li Yizhou do to actually provoke such a powerful enemy? Chapter 1347. The cultivators in the World Zeroth all had the same goal. Otherwise, who would have nothing better to do and risk their lives here? The Dark World's biggest opponent was obviously that clan. However, their characteristics were very obvious and their cultivation techniques could not be faked. One could feel it just by exchanging blows with them. Thus, the person in front of him was definitely not from that clan. As for the cultivators in the broken world of the Southwest Wasteland, true sages did not dare to step into the World Zeroth. Even the few heaven-defying characters among the half-sages could not display such power. Who exactly was this person? Suddenly, a thought flashed across General Hu Zhao's mind like lightning. His expression changed and anger appeared in his eyes. Although Li Yizhou's performance was not bad, he was still far from the throne. There was more than one prince who was more outstanding than him. They had all extended an olive branch to General Hu Zhao's residence. As a great general of the Western Wasteland Army, General Hu Zhao had always been in a stable position. Before observing the situation clearly, he would not enter the fray. This time, he had acted out of character and initiated contact with Li Yizhou. He had even sent his dark puppet body into the broken world of the Southwest Wasteland because of the everlasting fire in his hand. This item was the focus of the upper echelons of Western Wasteland. They had high hopes for it. Although the Zeroth world was big, the Dark World had already searched this place for countless of years. Even if they searched inch by inch, they had already turned every single place upside down. They took many other things, but they were unable to find the harvest they wanted the most. There were 2 possibilities. Either the World Zeroth did not have anything left behind by the ruler, or it was hidden in a place that they had never set foot in. General Hu Shao did not know the exact reason, but the desolate emperor seemed to have a way to confirm that there was indeed an item of the ruler in the world Zeroth. The first possibility was eliminated. Then, within the world Zeroth land, the only place that the dark world had never set foot in was the blazing mountain of flames. The everlasting fire in Li Ijo's hand was something that Western Wasteland had spent countless time and effort to barely split into a ball. It was all for the sake of entering the volcano to search for the ruler. Thinking about this, General Hu Shao felt a chill in his heart. His pupils contracted and anger surged in his heart. Could it be that someone did not want Li Ijo to succeed and was purposely trying to ruin his chance? But after the massacre that year, Western Wasteland had countless heads and the spirits wailed for hundreds of years. Who would dare to take the risk? Although logic told General Hu Shao that this possibility was very small, this person was not from that race. In the broken worlds of the Southwest Wasteland domain, there was no one who could match him. Where else could he be from? Furthermore, when he first met this person, his pure darkness aura could not be fake. Otherwise, he would not have fallen for it so easily. General Hu Zhao's heart was in a mess. If the person in front of him really came from the desolate domain, then it would explain his strength. There were countless experts in the grand wilderness, and some of them were heaven-defying body-tempering cultivators. Perhaps their cultivation levels were insufficient, but their combat strength was extremely brilliant, and it was common for them to surpass realms in battle. Such a person would naturally be like a fish in the water when he entered the world Zeroth land. He wouldn't need to worry about the influence of the shattered rules. He would even be able to suppress the true divine puppet body. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. As the Howling Tiger General was feeling a headache coming on, Qin Yu didn't know that so many thoughts had passed through his mind in this short period of time. Of course, even if he knew all this, he couldn't explain it. Hiding his identity was what Qin Yu wanted the most. The more General Tiger Howl thought about it, the more he would be happy to see it happen. Bang! Another mass of pre-celestial spiritual strength combusted. Qin Yu approached and punched out with his hand. The white armor shattered. This true divine had arrived. How long would it be before his puppet body was broken apart? While you're in pain, I'll take your life. He was sent flying away once more. More cracks appeared on the white armor, nearly covering his entire chest. A severe pain invaded his mind. General Hu Shao could clearly feel that the puppet body's chest had completely cracked open. At most he could withstand another strike. Unless he erupted with his great Tao, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. At this moment, General Hu Shao began to think of retreating. In fact, the moment he guessed the origins of this person, he knew that it was best not to involve himself in this matter. To dare to act against the wind and attack Li Ijo at this time, not hesitating to harm the interests of the Western Desolate in order to prevent him from achieving his goal, he definitely wasn't an ordinary character. As he thought about it, several figures appeared in General Hu Zhao's mind. There were men and women, but they all had one thing in common: none of them were easy to provoke. The Desolate Sovereign would definitely investigate this matter. If he left now, he would be less involved, otherwise the troubles would only be greater. Of course, the most important reason was that General Hu Shao didn't want to lose this puppet body that he had descended into. It wasn't easy to enter the broken world of the Southwest Desolate region, and there were strict restrictions for true divines. In order to condense this puppet body, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had spent a tremendous amount of resources. If he knew that he couldn't succeed, why would he continue to increase his losses? Seeing Qin Yu rush forwards once more, General Hu Shao took a deep breath and shouted out loud, "Stop! I will immediately retreat and no longer interfere in today's matters." Qin Yu paused. There was actually such a method? As a general, was he really going to abandon His Highness and flee? Wasn't it said that cultivators of the Dark World wouldn't truly die in the Zeroth world? Even if they were killed, they could still condense a puppet body and descend once more? This General Hu Shao in front of him simply didn't need to abandon and flee. His thoughts raced. Qin Yu swept his eyes over the distressed General Hu Shao. A thought suddenly raced through his mind. Could it be that this General Hu Shao was overthinking things? Or perhaps he had arranged some inexplicable background for him. Many things were like this, although they seemed unreasonable. As long as one jumped out of their shackles and looked at things from a different perspective, everything would become clear. Should he let General Hu Shao leave? Qin Yu only hesitated for a moment before making a decision without hesitation. Let him go. Since he couldn't kill this General Hu Shao, so what if he killed a puppet body? If he let General Hu Shao leave, he could still muddy the waters and make others suspicious of his identity. Qin Yu drew back his fists and stood still. It seems that General Hu Shao has already realized something. I am only acting on orders. I ask that General not blame me. This was almost an open and honorable admission. General Hu Zhao's pupils shrank and the horror in his heart rose. Just who was this person, and what gave him the confidence to do so? He actually dared to directly admit to this matter. Did he not fear the investigation of the desolate sovereign? Or could it be said that this matter originated from the will of the desolate sovereign? There were rumors that Li Yizhou had obtained the approval of the previous desolate emperor, but the current desolate emperor valued Third Highness Li Yunqi. If this matter involved the struggle between the two generations of desolate emperors, he would be courting death if he interfered. General Tiger Howl was dripping with a cold sweat. He glanced at Qin Yu and took a deep breath. He cupped his hands together and said, "You speak too seriously. I will keep my mouth shut and not tell anyone about today's events. Farewell." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He couldn't be bothered with the wolf guard that had fainted in the cave. He could only hate himself for not having 8 more legs so that he could run faster. Qin Yu's lips twitched as he watched General Howl soar into the skies, directly breaking into the turbulent flow of space and leaving. He thought that smart people were actually quite tiring sometimes. They clearly hadn't said anything or done anything, but they were still alive and kicking. He had scared himself. But at this time, General Howling Tiger was willing to withdraw on his own initiative. Qin Yu was certainly happy to see this happen. He took a deep breath and coldly swept his eyes around. General Howling Tiger's residence has already withdrawn. Do you people still want to stop me? The remaining Dark World cultivators stirred restlessly. In truth, they had also been frightened by what they saw just now. It was obvious that this person in front of them came from the Western Wilds and was sent out by His Highness's enemies. Moreover, his background was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it was impossible for the dignified Howling Tiger's residents to be so frightened that they chose to withdraw, not even daring to say a single word. If they had a choice, they certainly wanted to leave. But His Highness was in the cave. If they didn't fight and ran away, the consequences would be terrifying. They wouldn't really die, they would only lose an avatar. Protect His Highness. With loud roars, the Dark World cultivators crazily rushed forwards. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. If he could scare these people away again, that would be perfect. However, the current result was already beyond his expectations. As he said before, one couldn't be too greedy. Since these people weren't willing to run away, then he might as well spend some time to send them on their way. He lifted a hand and punched out. A terrifying strength swept out like a tide, sweeping up 3 Dark World cultivators. And at this time, as Qin Yu resumed his slaughter, some Dark World cultivators turned and ran into the cave. Li Yizhou frowned. He turned to look at the cave entrance. The Howling Tiger General had left for some time, but he still hadn't finished. He could faintly feel the shaking of the earth, as if he had encountered a powerful enemy. His first thought was that the enemy came from that clan. After all, in the World Zeros, only they dared to oppose the Dark World. Could that sword cultivator really be one of their people? Now that he had suddenly attacked, he wanted to steal the ever-burning flame from his hands. Li Ijo took a deep breath, anger tumbling in his chest. If this was true, then things would become troublesome. He looked deep into the cave. The object covered by the ever-burning flame only had the last bit of strength left to resist. It seemed as if it could be refined at any moment, but the struggle between it and the ever-burning flame had reached its most intense moment. If Li Ijo could have chosen to withdraw the ever-burning flame before then now, he could only brace himself and walk to the end. Otherwise, the moment he recalled the ever-burning flame, he would suffer a backlash from refining it. The consequences would be inconceivable. How hateful! Hurry up! As long as he could complete the refinement, his ability to control the ever-burning flame would greatly increase. Even if that clan attacked him, he was confident he could escape unscathed. He could even give them a bloody lesson. Rumble, rumble, more sounds came from outside. The enemy was indeed strong. The only thing that gave Li Ijo some peace of mind was that the Howling Tiger General happened to be here. With his strength, even if he couldn't kill all the enemies, it wouldn't be difficult for him to block them outside. An hour. At most an hour would be enough for him to complete the final step. At that time, he could take advantage of this opportunity to display his strength in front of the Howling Tiger General's residence and let them know that he was worthy of their trust. That's right, that was it. Li Ijo's eyes flashed with a sharp light. No matter who it was, if they dared to try and ruin what he was doing, then they absolutely could not be forgiven. At this moment, there was a muffled bang. The Dark World cultivator stumbled through the barrier and hit his head on the ground. He wailed at the top of his lungs, Your Highness, General Hu Shao ran away." Chapter 1348. Li Ijo's mind buzzed and his vision turned black. The first thought that came to his mind was, "How dare you tease me?" He was clear about General Hu Zhao's strength. As a general of the Western Desolate Army, his cultivation was definitely at the peak of the true divine realm. Although his strength would be greatly reduced in the Zeroth world, everyone would be reduced together. Who would be able to scare him away in such a short period of time? And most importantly, there was no need for General Hu Shao to escape. Although the puppet body was precious, it wasn't worth it for him to offend Li Ijo. Taking a deep breath, Li Ijo looked at his subordinates that were filled with fear. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Speak, what happened?" The dark cultivator's face paled. "Your Highness, the reason General Hu Shao escaped is because the enemy came from the Western Desolate." His complexion changed. Li Ijo was filled with shock and anger. He had made an error in judgment. The one who attacked wasn't from that race, but from behind. Damn it, how dare they? Weren't they afraid that His Majesty would investigate this matter and consign them all to eternal damnation? No, things couldn't be so simple. This could be seen from General Hu Zhao's pitiful escape. If it wasn't for the fact that the enemy had a powerful background, how could the dignified General Hu Zhao's residents be so frightened that they would flee without a fight? Who was it? Just who was it? Suddenly Li Ijo froze in place. Fear appeared in his eyes. To dare act without fear of the aftermath, and even scare off the General Hu Zhao's residents, could this be the will of His Majesty the Desolate Emperor? The cold and indifferent face behind the throne appeared in Li Ijo's mind, and he shuddered. Although he was his father, he didn't know why he had been cold to him since he was young. If it wasn't for the previous Desolate Emperor's declaration, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the quota to control the everlasting flames. Li Ijo knew that this matter would make His Majesty the Desolate Emperor unhappy, but he still firmly grasped this opportunity. If he could make a great contribution, then even if His Majesty the Desolate Emperor didn't like him, he would still be recognized. Otherwise, he would have no hope of ascending the throne. But no matter what, Li Ijo never imagined that His Majesty the Desolate Emperor would dislike him to such a degree. They were both his sons and the same blood flowed through their veins, so why did His Majesty favor his third brother? "I can't accept this, I can't accept this." Li Ijo's breathing grew heavier and heavier. He slowly raised his head. His lips were bleeding from his bite. get out. Do whatever it takes to block the enemy for me. If you succeed, this prince will reward you handsomely in the future. If you fail, none of you will live. Of course, it was not worth it to descend into the world Zeroth's puppet body. The messenger cultivator's face paled even further. His mouth moved, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Li Ijo's roar. Go immediately. Yes, yes. He struggled to his feet, turned around, and rushed out of the cave. Hoochie, hoochie, Li Zhoi gasped for breath as more blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cold and ruthless. I won't admit defeat. I won't admit defeat so easily. Even if His Majesty the Desolate Emperor makes a move, I will still fight for it. There was no need to mention the responsibility of losing the inextinguishable flame. Just this alone was enough to consign him to eternal damnation. There was no way out. He could only brace himself and give it his all. Outside the cave, Qin Yu was like a hot knife through butter. The Dark World cultivators who were caught off guard and injured simply couldn't stop him. If these people hadn't cheated, then there would have been mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The pungent smell of blood would have been like an Azura battlefield. The Dark World cultivators who had been beaten to the point of moaning in pain and struggling for their lives finally waited for their companions to return. But the first words they spoke caused everyone's complexions to change. His Highness ordered us to stop this person at all costs, otherwise, both you and I will die. Those who were still alive suddenly began to envy their companions who had been beaten to pieces and had disappeared. Stop him? How could they stop him? The dignified General Howling Tiger had nearly been killed on the spot by a few punches and kicks. If it wasn't for the fact that he had run away as fast as he could, he would have already died. Even if all of them rushed forwards, they would be nothing more than cabbages. Being crushed to pieces was something that could happen in minutes. Everyone, let's go all out. A Dark World cultivator gloomily said. If we use the forbidden technique, we might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, with His Highness's character, you and I have followed him for so many years. He will definitely do what he says. There was also a deeper meaning that wasn't clearly stated. Once they succeeded, they would have accomplished a great merit and His Highness would surely reward them. Hearing the words forbidden technique, everyone paled. As they thought through the twists and turns of the situation, their eyes filled with madness. There was no way out. Then, even if there was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames in front of them, they could only brace themselves and walk through it. That's right. Fight him to the death. Kill this person, and everything we gave up today, we can get back twice as much. Qin Yu lifted a hand and swept out, smashing apart a Dark World cultivator. His body disintegrated into darkness aura and vanished. Then, he discovered that there was nothing in front of him. The Dark World cultivators that had crazily rushed towards him without fear of death had all retreated and gathered in front of the cave. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows but didn't think too much about it. He stepped forwards and howled forward. In truth, he really didn't have much interest in killing these people that couldn't be killed. But they were like shrubs in front of him. If he wanted to pass them without cutting his leg, he could only swing his saber and chop them to the ground. Luckily, there was a time limit. Qin Yu glanced at the cave entrance, a cold light surging in his eyes. His true goal was there. His mind suddenly felt dizzy, as if something had suddenly stabbed into it. Pain erupted like a volcano, wanting to tear apart Qin Yu's consciousness. But in the next moment it came to an abrupt stop, as if it had been isolated by something. A purple mark appeared between his eyebrows. Across from him, the Dark World cultivators gathered outside the cave entrance began to cry out in pain. Large patches of black spots appeared on the surface of their bodies. Then, their flesh and blood rapidly decayed, turning into a viscous goo that gushed out. The decay didn't stop here. Rather, it continued to penetrate deeper, penetrating through their flesh and blood, touching their bones and then their organs. The scene in front of him could be seen as a group of dark practitioners being thrown into a cauldron full of strong acid. Then, he witnessed them being corroded by the strong acid bit by bit, like snowmen, quickly dissolving and disappearing. Even if he hadn't personally experienced this, just looking at it made his scalp tingle and his hairs stand on end. Ah! How could this be? Save me, Your Highness, save us! No, no. My body is rotting away. Sad and shrill cries caused one's scalp to tingle. The power of curses. Before, it was said that the rules of the Zeroth world were broken and there were great restrictions on all sorts of supernatural powers. Besides absolute strength and treasures, there were all sorts of unorthodox methods that didn't need to borrow the power of the rules. These were the most suitable methods to kill people here. Curses were one of them. The Dark World had swept through the Zeroth world for many years, so they certainly had a deep understanding of this. Every cultivator that came here would learn a terrifying method of sacrificing their own lifespan in exchange for a powerful curse. And the most terrifying thing was that this curse could be superimposed. Simply put, the more participants there were, the more lifespan they could sacrifice and the more terrifying its power would be. This was what Qin Yu experienced just now. Gotcha, a faint sound echoed in his ears. Qin Yu knew that it came from the curse mark between his eyebrows that he had obtained from the Endless Sea. Just a little bit more, and he wouldn't have been able to resist it. So, at the very start, Qin Yu felt a sharp pain. This was the reason why the power of the curse was about to break through the blockade. A trace of fear rose in his heart. Just by looking at the pitiful state of these Dark World cultivators, he knew how terrifying this curse was. If he couldn't successfully resist it, then Qin Yu would have suffered a great loss. Let alone killing his way into the cave to seize the undying flames, it would already be good if he could escape. This time, it wasn't that Qin Yu was careless. In fact, even if he had prepared himself, he still didn't have any good method. In this world, curses were one of the most mysterious and inexplicable forces. He had to thank the sea spirit that cursed him before he died, he had to thank the furnace with astonishing defensive capabilities, and he had to thank the sea beasts in the endless sea that died wave after wave. If it weren't for them, Qin Yu wouldn't have been able to obtain this curse mark. Indeed, everything was predestined by the heavens. If it weren't for the suffering he had suffered in the past, he wouldn't have been safe and sound today. In the past, Qin Yu always thought that all the hardships and tribulations he suffered today, as long as he persevered, would become his greatest wealth and harvest in the future. All of these chicken soup phrases were nothing but bullshit. But looking at it today, it seemed there was some truth to it. The Dark World cultivators fell to the ground one after another, their bodies rapidly decaying and melting away. This time, they didn't turn into a dark aura and disappear. Rather, they were like true living beings, leaving behind their corpses as they screamed in pain. Qin Yu immediately understood. These people had truly died and there was no chance for them to be resurrected. It was impossible for him to sympathize with them. You bastards wanted to mess with me, but the result was that you suffered a backlash. If I don't chase after them and stomp on them... Ugh, no, I absolutely can't do it. This mucus is bleeding everywhere, it's just too disgusting. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Qin Yu leapt up and landed in front of the cave entrance. Without hesitation, he rushed in. Soon, an enchantment appeared in front of him. With so many people guarding outside, you actually laid down an enchantment. You little bastard, you're quite cautious, but you're too bad you ran into me. Consider yourself unlucky. He punched out. Li Yizhou was certainly aware of the Dark World's forbidden arts. Moreover, he knew that when he said he didn't hesitate to pay any price, the cultivators under him would surely understand what he meant. They didn't dare to not understand. If they pretended to be confused, then they would definitely die. If they risked their lives, they might have a chance to survive, perhaps even a better life than before. Did they even need to think about how to choose? Calculating the time, the forbidden arts should have already been used. With so many people joining forces to sacrifice their lifespans, even a true saint might not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the great Tao within the world zeros couldn't be used. The killing might of the curse could be released to the greatest degree. It would be best if he could kill the enemy, but the possibility of this wasn't high. Since His Majesty the Desolate Sovereign was taking action, he must have made all the necessary preparations. But that didn't matter. Li Yizhou didn't have too much hope in this to begin with. He didn't hope to kill the enemy. As long as he could block them for a moment, he would be able to complete the refinement. Of course, in order to do this and increase the speed of the refinement, Li Yizhou had paid a great price. At this time, his complexion was increasingly pale and his eyes were dim. As he gasped for breath, he couldn't conceal his exhaustion. At this time, there was a deep sound like a thunderclap. It exploded in his ears and the entire cave violently shook. Dust and rubble fell down. Li Yizhou fiercely turned his head to look at the entrance. Damn it, what a bunch of useless trash. Hurry! 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 Just a little bit more and the object he was refining would lose its ability to resist at any moment. Perhaps he would be able to succeed in the next breath of time. After several breaths of time, there was a second loud sound. More dust and rubble fell down. Then, there was a third and fourth loud sound. There was almost no pause in between. His feet landed on the ground, emitting a crisp sound. He stared at the deepest part of the cave where Li Yizhou was sitting cross-legged. He paused for a moment and then coldly said, "I thought your Highness was living a careful life, but I never thought you would be even more careful than I imagined. But what a pity I was a step faster. Then, I won't be polite." The moment his voice fell, he lifted a hand and punched out. Chapter 1349. My name is Li Yizhou. I am from the Western Desolation royal family. I have the noblest bloodline in the entire great wilderness. I have excellent talent in all aspects, but I do not know why, from a young age, I could not obtain my father's favor. No matter how hard I tried, it was useless. Everyone said that the Third Highness was the most valued junior of His Majesty, and was also the destined successor of the Desolation Emperor. I really tried my best, but all my attempts ended in failure. Every time, what welcomed me was His Majesty's cold and indifferent eyes. I had thought of giving up, and I had indeed tried to do so. However, the response I got was that third brother's constant aggression. I endured and endured, until one day, I suddenly realized that there were only two outcomes in a fight for the throne. One was to ride the storm and transform into a dragon, and the other was to fall into the abyss and never be able to rise again. I did not want to die, so I could only start again. I spent countless efforts and methods, and finally obtained the recognition of the previous Desolation Emperor. That was how I was able to obtain the most important secret of the Western Desolation, the Eternal Flame. I do not know how much it involves, but there is one thing that is without a doubt. As long as I can completely control it, I can use it to find the item left behind by the ruler of the Blazing Mountain. At that time, even if His Majesty does not like it, I can still obtain the recognition of everyone and become the successor of the throne. After spending countless efforts and preparing for a long time, I finally captured the item in the cave. The refinement was at a critical moment and I was about to succeed. But at this moment, the enchantment that was set up inside the cave was broken by a powerful force. The enemy was already in front of me. The other party addressed me as Your Highness and did not hide anything from me. This behavior of not being worried that I would find out undoubtedly verified my previous conjecture. Your Majesty, I am also your son, your closest bloodline. Why do you have to do this to me? My name is Li Yizhou. In order to get to where I am today, no one knows how much I have endured other than myself. I know the pain I have suffered, I know my efforts, and I know what will happen if I fail. So I cannot lose. The final step, refine. Gotcha, At this moment, there was a light sound that sounded like heavenly music. Perhaps the heavens felt my hard work and perseverance, and were finally moved to give me a chance. The item in the cave was finally refined. Then, the mysterious Western Desolation expert that followed the will of the Desolation Emperor to the Zeroth world, "Are you prepared to be killed by me and buried here forever?" Qin Yu had never been a talkative person, especially at such a critical moment. For him to suddenly speak so much nonsense in such a cold and aloof manner, there had to be a reason for this. And the reason for this was that when Shi Ta broke through the barrier and stepped into the deepest part of the cave, the instant he saw Li Yizhou, Shi Ta recognized the item that was being refined within the everlasting flames. Fire Spirit. It was a special spiritual body that was born from flames and could control all flames in the world. It was classified as a special type of spiritual body. It couldn't be considered a true life form. It often only had a basic consciousness. Simply speaking, it could be seen as a collective of flame rules that had obtained the recognition of a portion of the world's will. The specific cause was unknown, but there was no doubt that as long as one could successfully refine the fire spirit, their ability to control flames would instantly skyrocket. This was the reason why Li Yizhou stayed here and refused to move. Once he finished refining it, he would be able to truly control the everlasting flame. In normal circumstances, if Qin Yu knew of this and saw the scene before him, the first thing he would do would be to kill him without hesitation. This was indeed what he was thinking, and he was about to do so. But before he could do anything, Shi Ta called out to him. It quickly spoke a great deal, and the general meaning was that the fire spirit was born from flames. If its consciousness was refined, it would be the same as death, and this could lead to sorrow of fire. He didn't say what sorrow of fire was, and Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to ask. The general meaning was that in a state of sorrow of fire, he had a way to suppress the everlasting flame so that it was in a weakened state. Then, he could use the great furnace to suppress it and sever its connection with its original master. And what Qin Yu needed to do was kill Li Yizhou as quickly as possible while he was suppressing it. If he succeeded, he could smoothly obtain this everlasting flame that had been refined from the fire spirit. This was the same as plucking a sweet and ripe peach. Fail. The everlasting flame was controlled once more and Li Yizhou's strength had risen dramatically. Wanting to kill him now was basically impossible. Qin Yu estimated that he would immediately flee for his life. In truth, this was indeed a difficult choice to make. But Qin Yu used less than the blink of an eye to make his decision. He had to wait. He had to wait for Li Yizhou to finish refining it. He chose to take this risk. It wasn't that Qin Yu had masochistic tendencies, or that he didn't want to take a good path and instead chose the difficult one. In truth, the answer was simple. The world of darkness had already obtained the everlasting flame, but they still had to expend so much effort to refine the fire spirit. There had to be another reason for this. Qin Yu's intuition told him that this was also very important to him. He had broken through the enchantment and entered in a single breath of time. There was simply no time to weigh the pros and cons. He could only rely on his instincts and intuition to make a judgment. And now, the refinement had been completed. Stone pagoda. Qin Yu shouted out loud. There was a humming sound in the void in front of him, and the phantom of the stone pagoda instantly descended. It appeared deep within the cave, right above the peacefully burning everlasting flame. Then, with a flick of his sleeves, the great furnace howled out. It was like a hungry demon. It didn't need to be stimulated at all before it pounced forward. Of course, the best result would be that the cauldron would be able to absorb the everlasting flame, just like when it swallowed the flame of eternal night. However, with a muffled bang, the cauldron that was rapidly approaching was kicked away like a rubber ball. If it had a mouth full of good teeth, they would have been broken by that kick. And indeed, before the stone pagoda made this suggestion, it seemed to already know that the everlasting flame wouldn't be easily subdued. Was this an extension of the Encyclopedia of Answers to 100,000 Whys? Or was this fellow hiding something? This thought flashed in his mind. Of course, this wasn't the time to think about these things. He stepped forwards and leapt forwards. Liijo's face was filled with anger. Just a second ago, he thought that he had finally moved the heavens, thus he was able to complete the refinement of the fire spirit at the critical moment. But then, in just half a breath of time, reality taught him a vivid lesson, allowing him to understand what it meant to be unpredictable in the world. The everlasting flame had been suppressed. The phantom of a stone pagoda and a cauldron of unknown uses were actually able to suppress the eternal inextinguishable flame. It had to be known that in order to obtain this flame, a half-step sovereign-level existence had personally taken action at a critical moment. In the end, he had been severely wounded and nearly died. The Western Wasteland's royal family was shaken. The everlasting flame could burn all. Everything it touched would be thoroughly reduced to ashes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, and if the everlasting flame was within his control, Liijo would never have believed it. But as he thought about how this was the will of the desolate sovereign, everything seemed to have a reasonable explanation. After all, he was the supreme ruler of the desolate sovereign, the endless blazing sun that the trillions of lives in the great desolate world looked up to. No, I will not give up. With the terrifying might of the everlasting flame, it was impossible to suppress it for a long time. It would soon break free and return to his control. That's right, that was it. And what he needed to do now was to last until the everlasting flame broke free from its suppression. He didn't want his puppet body to be destroyed before then. And more importantly, he wasn't completely helpless right now. Ah! Liijo roared out loud. Endless darkness gushed out from his body, endless and endless. It was like raging waves that layered over each other, protecting him within. In the next moment Qin Yu arrived. Dong! There was a loud sound, deep and heavy. It was like a boulder had smashed into a thick pile of leather cushions. The layers of darkness fiercely shook. A wild strength broke into it, causing it to cave in and distort on both sides. Qin Yu frowned. This power of darkness was like a part of the swamp. When he punched in, his strength was instantly scattered. As his strength was consumed, the sunken power of darkness began to rapidly recover. This highness was indeed not easy to kill. His eyes swept over the layers of darkness. Liijo was sitting down cross-legged. He was currently in a weakened state and couldn't resist Qin Yu's attacks. The only thing he could do was summon the everlasting flame with all his strength and have it break free from its suppression as soon as possible. Master, there isn't much time left. You must hurry. The stone pagoda's nervous voice sounded out in his mind. It seemed that it could already feel the pressure. Hum. This was the great furnace urging him to hurry. Qin Yu took a deep breath. The pre-celestial spiritual strength in his body crazily combusted, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. If one punch couldn't break it open, then 10 punches. If 10 punches weren't enough, then 100 punches. He wanted to see just how long this tortoise shell formed from the power of darkness could last. Bang! He punched out a second time. The darkness that had yet to recover began to rapidly sink in, and the distortion became even more exaggerated. Following that was a third punch, a fourth punch, a fifth punch. Bang, bang, bang. Deep and heavy explosions rang out like thunder exploding deep underground. They came one after another, almost without pause. The entire power of darkness condensed into layers of protective strength. Facing Qin Yu's barrage of attacks, it was like a roaring sea in an earthquake, the billowing waves shaking endlessly. Liijo, who had been summoning the everlasting flame with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Qin Yu, who was punching out again and again without pause, his face filled with disbelief. It was normal to erupt with such a high intensity of strength 3 or 5 times in a row, but 10 or more times was already rare. But now, Qin Yu's fists didn't stop. In a short period of time, He had punched out dozens of times, and the strength of each punch hadn't diminished at all. No, it wasn't that it hadn't diminished. Rather, as time passed and the number of punches increased, it was slowly becoming stronger. It was like Qin Yu was gradually adapting and increasing the limits of the strength he could erupt with. Impossible! How was this possible? Even the peak body transformation super powerhouses of the Western Desolate Army wouldn't be able to maintain such a high-frequency output of strength. Even if the supply of strength was sufficient, their mortal bodies wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous impacts of strength, eruptions, and vibrations. In normal circumstances, after punching out dozens of times in a row, let alone whether or not the Dark Guardian would shatter, Qin Yu's fists should have already been broken. But now, it was clear that he wasn't injured at all. It seemed that even if he punched out dozens of times in a row, there wouldn't be any problems. And the Dark Guardian's defense still had a limit. Li Yizhou could feel that it wouldn't be able to resist much longer. A bitter and self-deprecating smile appeared on his lip. In order to suppress him, His Majesty the Desolate Sovereign had truly spent a great deal of effort. He had actually found such a terrifying killing machine. So what if he wasn't willing? In the next moment, the wildly twisting and shaking Dark Guardian froze for a moment before collapsing and vanishing. Bang! The final punch struck Li Yizhou's chest. He stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, as if he wanted to engrave him in his heart. Then, his entire body exploded, turning into a mass of dark strength that scattered in all directions. The moment that Li Yizhou was killed, the stone pagoda phantom shattered. The fragments tumbled away and the array spirit fell out. "Master, I need to temporarily rest." The weak voice faded away. Then, in the next moment, a swallowing strength arrived without warning, directly wrapping around the array spirit. Without giving it any time to react, it was pulled into the ever-burning flame. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He had spent so much effort to kill Li Yizhou and was just about to obtain the ever-burning flame. He didn't want any accidents to occur again. He furrowed his eyebrows and a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. He stared at the ever-burning flame, and in the next moment, it seemed to give up all resistance and was instantly absorbed by the furnace. The furnace trembled and motes of light began to appear. They rapidly brightened, condensed, and then disappeared. The feeling it gave off was as if the furnace had just finished charging up all of its energy. It wasn't enough at all. Moreover, the array spirit had been perfectly fine, so how could it have fused into the ever-burning flame? Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to communicate with the furnace. After several breaths of time, he opened his eyes. There was joy on his face, but there was also a strange emotion. He was happy because the furnace had smoothly swallowed up the ever-burning flame and produced a faint response. Although it wasn't clear, Qin Yu was able to use the 4 eyes of darkness to carry out directional transmission. Finding the true location of the ever-burning flame was only a matter of time. As for what was strange, the array spirit had actually fused together with the fire spirit. Or, it could be said that it had replaced the refined consciousness of the fire spirit, becoming the new fire spirit. Chapter 1350. His Highness's puppet body was destroyed. His Majesty was enraged and sent people to question him 3 times. Everyone in the mansion was in a state of panic, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. When the Imperial Army surrounded the mansion and announced that the Emperor's order was temporarily sealed, no one was allowed to enter or leave as they wished. Everyone was crying. Although it was said to be a temporary ban, everyone knew that what would happen next would be a series of crimes. Finally, he would be imprisoned forever. This was because similar things had happened many times in the Western Wasteland. The tragic and terrifying ending made people's hearts tremble. Li Yizhou coldly accepted the Emperor's order and returned to his room. He hugged his head and cried. But no matter how scared he was, he couldn't show it. He could only bear it alone. As a member of the Western Wasteland, the most noble bloodline flowed in his body. Li Ijo had great ambitions. He absolutely could not accept such an ending. Wiping away his tears, other than his slightly red eyes, Li Ijo's expression was calm. But hidden beneath his calmness was a heart that had gone completely mad and was willing to disregard everything else. In the current situation, he had become a useless chess piece. The only way to turn things around was to mess up the situation and seek change in the chaos. And it just so happened that Li Ijo still had one step to take. This step would definitely harm the interests of Western Wasteland. But if I am imprisoned, what does Western Wasteland have to do with me? If I can turn things around, the losses suffered by Western Wasteland today will be compensated 10 times, 100 times. Your Majesty, you forced me to do this. That night, His Highness, who had locked himself in his room for a day, finally walked out. He ordered a banquet and summoned all the concubines and dancers in the mansion. Before the Emperor's order was truly issued, he was still the Western Wasteland's prince, the noble Sixth Highness. No one dared to defy his will. But whether it was the servants preparing the banquet or the concubines and dancers forcing themselves to smile, their eyes were filled with despair. His Highness had already given up and chose to numb himself with alcohol. Their fates could be imagined. Just as everyone thought, Li Ijo drank himself into oblivion. He dragged more than 10 women to sleep with him until dawn. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The eternal flame is mine. It should have been mine. As he muttered and roared, his speed suddenly increased. Then, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out, he collapsed heavily on the woman's snow-white body and fell into a deep sleep. Someone came in to clean up. Li Ijo was carried away and cleaned up. The women were all fed medicine before they were taken away. The Emperor clan bloodline obviously wasn't something anyone could give birth to. A group of lowly women could only be used as playthings. Shuru bid farewell to a group of weary and fearful sisters and returned to her room. She started to boil water and soaked herself in the bucket. Her skin turned red from the heat. It had been a habit for many years. Only then did she feel that she could be slightly cleaner. But this time it was different. When she was soaking in the water, she touched the bucket with her fingers a few times and took out a thin, almost transparent piece of jade from somewhere. Its surface was engraved with shallow patterns. Looking at the jade piece in her hand, Shuru's eyes were dazed for a moment. So many years had passed and she had never thought that there would be a time when she would have a use for it. After a brief silence, she pursed her lips and revealed a smile with some difficulty. After all the humiliation and torture she had endured over the years hadn't been in vain. With a determined look in her eyes, she raised her hand and bit her finger, letting the blood drip onto the jade piece. Then, the blood fell from the jade piece and fell into the water, forming a faint red circle. Blood dripped down. The hot water was constantly dyed red until her face paled. Finally, the jade piece seemed to have been activated and began to absorb the blood. In almost an instant, it turned from transparent to crimson red. Shuru pressed the jade piece against her forehead. After several breaths of time, with a light crack, the entire jade piece turned to powder. She closed her eyes and let out a light sigh. There was satisfaction and unwillingness, scenes of her childhood appearing in her mind. The green mountains, the great trees, the flock of ducks raised by her mother and her young little sister. She smiled happily, as if warm sunlight was sprinkling down on her body. All these years, she had been holding back, not daring to think about these things. She felt that she didn't deserve it and was afraid that she would taint her memories. Now, she could finally think about it without any scruples. There is one more thing. I am not called Shuru, I am called Ah-Sang. Leaning against the bucket, she slowly closed her eyes, her expression peaceful and calm. The hot water in the bucket was becoming redder and redder, like a flame, wrapping around her gradually paling body. Late at night, the door opened from the outside and the sound of footsteps approached. Li Ijo stood in front of the wooden bucket, looking at the already cold woman, his expression indifferent. Take her away, erase all traces of her in the mansion. Behind him, several people stood silently. 2 people were sent to deal with the body in the bucket, while more people rushed out the door. His Highness' meaning was very clear. To erase all traces of this woman in the mansion, everyone who knew her or had seen her would be included in the scope of elimination. Ah! Help! Don't kill me! Screams of fear, accompanied by the despair of death, constantly echoed in the air. The smell of blood became thicker. Liijo stared at the blood in the bucket, a fierce expression gradually appearing on his indifferent face. This world is filled with hardships and dangers, everyone is struggling to survive. Everything I do is to protect myself. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. In the dim and depressing underground palace, there was only a single candle burning, illuminating a figure writing on a desk. He had an extremely old face, and every wrinkle on his face hid the aura of the passing of time. Suddenly, a lantern exploded. In the quiet underground palace, the sound was particularly clear. The hand holding the pen was covered with old age spots. It was extremely thin, as if there was only a thin layer of dry skin wrapped around his bones. Hearing the sound of the lantern exploding, he slowly put down the pen. He turned to look at the burning candle, a trace of sorrow appearing in the depths of his cloudy eyes. Perhaps it was because he had lived for far too long and had seen many deaths, but the old man's eyes soon returned to tranquility. He stood up and bowed towards the candle. After several breaths of silence, he reached out and grasped the air. Between his fingers, specks of light appeared, gradually condensing into a thin piece of jade. It was dark red, as if it had eaten its fill of blood. Closing his eyes, the old man carefully sensed the information within the jade slip. In the next moment, his eyes flashed open, bursting with a brilliant light. His cloudy eyes erupted with a terrifying light. He turned and sat down, quickly flipping through the unfinished book. Countless words appeared and disappeared at an astonishing speed on the paper. After a few breaths, with a light paw sound, the old man closed the book. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his hand and pulled on an inconspicuous bell that was hanging under the candlestick. The clear and urgent sound of the bell rang out in the underground palace. For a time, shadows flickered in the darkness, as if countless dormant existences were awakening. The old man loosened the finger that pulled on the bell. His eyes looked around and he let out a low and hoarse voice. Perhaps it was because he hadn't spoken for a long time, so his voice was hoarse, filled with difficulty and repression. The western wasteland has obtained the everlasting flame. For some reason, it was left in the southwestern wasteland region's broken world. 327's expression was gloomy and his mood wasn't too good. They still hadn't found a suitable array spirit, so they hadn't been able to proceed to the next step. Originally, there was an array spirit that had triggered the energy fluctuations of the array, so it was highly possible that it could satisfy the requirements. It was right beside them, clearly within reach, but in the end they had missed it, and because of this, they had waited at the entrance for a full 7 days. Every time he thought of this, 327's mood would worsen. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. That person had acted tough in front of them, but in reality, he was a coward who put on a strong front. He had actually escaped without a trace. I have already remembered your aura. It is best if you never step into the world Zerothland, otherwise I can guarantee that you will regret it. At this moment, 327's expression changed. He opened his hand and light spots appeared between his fingers. A jade slip gradually condensed. He closed his eyes and sensed it. After several breaths of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with anger and his forehead was instantly covered with sweat. Damn it! Western Wilderness had actually been one step ahead of them and had successfully obtained the eternal flame. If it wasn't for Western Wilderness Prince Li Zhou-yi, who had met with an accident after descending into the world Zerothland, and the clan had received this news, they would still be in the dark. Once they used the eternal flame to successfully enter the flame mountain and discover what was inside, without any hesitation, 327 raised his hand and pointed out. A light arrow shot into the sky, exploding into a lotus. Very quickly, the sound of air breaking came from all directions. Figures in green robes flew over. 418 was holding a strange beast in his hand. It had a small half of its body destroyed, but it still hadn't died. It was still roaring and struggling. 327, what happened? 327 waved his sleeves. The information he had obtained from the jade slip instantly turned into light spots that fell in front of everyone. Western Wilderness has obtained the eternal flame. It is now in the world Zerothland. The clan's order has been passed. They order us to obtain the eternal flame at all costs. Everyone's expression changed. They raised their hands and pointed at the light spots. After confirming that the order was correct, their faces were filled with shock and anger. They were still searching for the array spirit that could control the array and try to open up a path, but Western Wilderness had already obtained the eternal flame. This was no different from a resounding slap in the face. At the same time, they all thought of a certain cowardly bastard. If they hadn't wasted 7 days for him, they might have already found an array spirit that could support the operation of the array formation. And it just so happened that the array spirit in that bastard's hand was what they wanted. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. The strange beast that 418 was holding in his hand screamed out in pain. The remaining half of its body withstood the wild impact of strength and directly exploded into pieces, dying a cold death. His entire body was splashed with blood and his eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. The things in the Flame Mountain are destined to belong to my clan. Anyone that dares to fight for them will die. Seize the eternal flame. Find it. 327 took a deep breath. He lifted a hand. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, a group of cultivators shot into the skies with boiling killing intent. And at the same time, a similar scene repeated itself many times throughout the entire world Zerothland. The mysterious clan had learned of the matter of the eternal flame and had officially entered the game. Chapter 1351. As mentioned before, the underworld camp and the mysterious race feared each other. They viewed each other as their greatest opponents and closely monitored each other's actions. Thus, when the mysterious race made a move in World Zeroth, the underworld camp immediately received the news and quickly confirmed that the mysterious race's actions were related to the eternal flame. The news was quickly transmitted to the Western Desolate. The Desolate Emperor was enraged, and the Imperial army broke into the palace and took Li Ijo away. Before long, the previous Desolate Emperor left seclusion and came to the palace to talk with the current Desolate Emperor. Half a day later, led by 2 princes, a team of 10 true sages appeared in the palace array. They would use this array to condense puppet bodies and enter the broken world of the southwest desolate region. They would take back the eternal flame at all costs. Third Highness Li Qingzi smiled. He cupped his hands together and said in a voice that only the 2 brothers could hear, "Sixth brother's methods are truly good. I admire you." Li Ijo smiled and returned the greeting. "What is third brother saying? Little brother doesn't understand." Li Qingzi's smile widened. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. As long as the life and death contract sixth brother signed isn't fake. You must do your best. If you can't find the eternal flame, no one will be able to save you." Li Ijo's breathing paused. He looked up and said, "Third brother, rest assured that little brother will do his best." The sound of the array activating rang out. Everyone entered their respective stone houses and sat down cross-legged. Surrounding the array were layers upon layers of stone houses of different sizes. The inner stone houses were the largest and the smaller they became. Although they were outside the array, they were also a part of it. The broken world of the southwest desolate region was in a semi-detached state from the great desolate. Only true sages and below were allowed to enter, and the number was greatly limited. 2 princes and 10 true sages were far from the true strength of the western desolate region, but this was the limit that the array could withstand. The stone door closed and darkness flooded in, submerging Li Ijo within. The calm expression on his face instantly shattered. He clenched his fists and revealed a fierce expression. There was one thing that Li Qingze was right about. In order to obtain this opportunity, he had gambled everything he had. If he didn't succeed, he would die. Thus, he absolutely could not fail. Whoever dared to stop him would die. His ears started ringing, and Li Ijo's consciousness blurred for a moment. The ferocious expression on his face instantly disappeared, and he lowered his head as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. At this moment, his consciousness felt like it was sitting on an extremely bumpy roller coaster. After a crazy sprint, there was a rapid descent. Down, down, all the way down. The stifling feeling, the lack of oxygen, and the inability to breathe kept assaulting his mind. I can't hold on anymore, I can't hold on anymore. In the next moment, it was as if he was suddenly pulled out of the water, and his first reaction was to gasp for air. Hoochie, hoochie, in the darkness, Li Ijo opened his eyes and got up to get used to this new puppet body. Then, he pushed open the door and strode out. Out of the 10 true divines, only 3 appeared in front of him. At this moment, their expressions weren't too good. Seeing him, they clasped their hands. "Your Highness." Li Ijo frowned for a moment before calming down. He turned his head and looked at the stone door behind him that was still closed. He waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go!" Whoosh, whoosh, the 4 of them soared into the sky and flew out of the spotless main hall. They flew over the tall black earth mountain and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. After they left, the other stone doors opened one after another. Li Qingze was the first to walk to the window of the main hall. He looked in the direction that Li Ijo and the others disappeared in, a mocking smile on his face. "Your Highness, if we refuse to cooperate and 6th Highness reports this to His Majesty, will there be trouble?" A true sage frowned. Li Qingze waved his hand. "Don't worry, 6th brother is a smart person. When His Majesty ordered me to descend to the broken world of the southwest desolate region with him, he already understood. He won't waste time on this." And this was the main reason he had mocked Qin Yu earlier. He had already been abandoned. If he continued to struggle, besides annoying others, was there any other use? Why couldn't he just honestly accept his fate? Another true sage said, "Your Highness, what should we do now?" Li Qingze smiled. "I'm not doing anything. I have long been curious about the broken world of the southwest desolate region. Since we're here, let's take a look around first." After a pause, his smile became wider. 6th brother is in a hurry. Let him go first. Since that clan has received the news, they definitely won't give up so easily. He walked out. "Let's go. I hope that we can meet a beautiful lady here, and something that should happen will happen." Qin Yu was trying to lock onto the location of the everlasting flame. Originally, he thought that since he had already obtained a portion of the everlasting flame, it wouldn't be a difficult task. However, Qin Yu soon discovered that he was too optimistic. The furnace could indeed sense the existence of the everlasting flame. However, it could only sense a vague direction. It was as if its aura was being intentionally concealed by some kind of power. This was a little troublesome. The fragment of the small world in the world Zeroth was already in a state of disorder. In addition, with the interference of the chaotic space flow, it was constantly shifting. It was impossible to lock onto the exact location. If too much time was wasted, the fragment of the small world that the everlasting flame was in would have moved very far away. This caused all the effort he had put into locating it to be in vain. The situation was slightly better than before. At least, Qin Yu could confirm that the everlasting flame really existed. Moreover, it could help the furnace to transform. This was good news. However, if he wanted to use a stupid method to find it, it would be a very difficult task. Qin Yu scratched his head. He thought that he had spent so much effort and tossed around for so long. He couldn't possibly just take a bite, right? However, it wasn't that he didn't have a way. Since the underworld camp could obtain the everlasting flame, they would definitely be able to lock onto its location. Qin Yu had absolute confidence in them, who were able to forcibly build 4 eyes of darkness at the edge of the world Zeroth. Since he couldn't do it by himself, finding a way from the underworld camp seemed to be a good choice. However, there was another problem. As a group of people who cheated and could not be truly killed, it was obviously a difficult task to force information out of their mouth. Unless he could truly endanger the other party's life and death. Curse? Qin Yu had seen many of these things. He had suffered many of them. Currently, there was a high-quality curse mark on his body. However, it mainly focused on defense and counterattack. It didn't seem to have the ability to actively give people fun. Moreover, Qin Yu didn't have much research on curses. If there was something he couldn't do, he would ask the stone tower. With the complete collection of answers to 100,000 whys and a mysterious aura on his body, Qin Yu had high hopes for it. As it turned out, the stone tower rarely disappointed. According to what it said, during the long period of darkness, it happened to have done a little research on puppets. The stone tower said a lot. The general conclusion was that it did have a method that could pass through a puppet body and directly attack the main body. It was called the Forgotten Seal. This was a kind of hand seal combined with the body's cultivation to form a tracing power. It wasn't too difficult to learn. At least, this was what Qin Yu thought. But the stone tower seemed to be a little surprised. This could be felt from its tone. Qin Yu should have been proud, but in the current situation, he wasn't in the mood. After trying several times and confirming that he could smoothly form the Forgotten Seal, a light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Now, he just needed to find a few cultivators from the underworld to test it out. But this time, before Qin Yu could take the initiative to attack, someone had already come to find him. When the spatial fluctuations appeared, he had sensed them ahead of time and restrained his aura to avoid them. This was what Qin Yu had done before. He avoided meeting other cultivators in order to reduce trouble as much as possible. But soon, the hidden Qin Yu's complexion changed. This was because the cultivators that appeared on this small world fragment didn't hesitate to rush straight towards his position. They were coming for him. Qin Yu's first thought was that these were Dark World cultivators. His Highness' puppet body had been destroyed and countless others had died. They definitely wouldn't give up. And as someone who had once captured the eternal flame, it was normal for them to have some methods to lock onto its aura. Well, in truth, Qin Yu thought that after the furnace swallowed the eternal flame, it could hide its aura. But now, it seemed that reality wasn't what he had imagined. He didn't have time to feel helpless or regret. Since these people had come to find him, he might as well take the initiative and finish them off. Bang, the ground rumbled. Qin Yu shot into the skies and punched out. Then, he discovered that he was wrong. These weren't Dark World cultivators. This aura was a bit familiar, a mysterious race. That's right, it was them. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He couldn't figure out why the mysterious race cultivators would interfere in this matter. Not to mention that they were hostile to the Dark faction. Could it be that they had joined forces to deal with him? Seeing the pleasant surprise on the faces of the two people across from him, Qin Yu determined that this wasn't a misunderstanding. They were indeed coming for him. If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. Since they had come knocking on his door, did he really need to figure out why they were here? Who cared about the consequences? He would fight them first. Bang-bang with 2 loud explosions. The happy expressions on the faces of the 2 blue-robed mysterious race cultivators froze. Then, they turned into endless anger and alarm. They spat out a mouthful of blood. Like kites with their strings cut, they were sent flying far away. The smell of blood appeared in the air. A gust of wind blew into Qin Yu's nose, and he subconsciously sucked in a deep breath. Then, his complexion changed. A wild, killing intent erupted like a volcano, gushing out from the depths of his heart. It nearly submerged his heart in an instant. Above his eyes, tiny blood vessels began to rapidly pump, causing his eyes to turn blood red, as if they would soon flow out tears of blood. Kill! 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 At this time, Qin Yu was gasping for breath. The killing intent in his chest boiled like a tide, wanting to swallow up all of his consciousness. All that remained was an unsuppressible instinct to kill them and burn their bones to ashes. Chapter 1352. Even if the entire world was destroyed, it wouldn't be able to erase this hatred in the slightest. Damn it, they all deserved to die. They had to be completely annihilated, without a single trace left behind. Qin Yu's consciousness that was struggling in the wild killing intent was suddenly filled with confusion. He had encountered countless enemies in his life, but he had never felt such an intense killing intent towards any one of them. Compared to the dark world that could be seen as a shadow of vast Yang, the mysterious race had gathered all of their strength in the World Zero land. There was almost no news of them in the outside world. Qin Yu was certain that before the two of them came into contact with the World Zeroth land, they hadn't interacted at all. The only conflict they had was when they entered the World Zeroth land. It was impossible for him to develop this sort of endless killing intent that came from his soul and marrow. What was the reason? Qin Yu didn't have time to think about it. His struggling consciousness was completely swallowed up by the wild killing intent. With a loud roar, his eyes turned red and he rushed towards the two mysterious race cultivators. "Hurry, ask for help from the clan!" a person screamed in anger. At this moment, as he felt the terrifying killing intent that Qin Yu released, he instinctively felt endless fear. Ever since he arrived in the southwest desolate region's broken world, in order to explore the World Zero land, he had experienced countless deaths, but this was the first time he had experienced such fear. An arrow of light howled into the skies, exploding into a dazzling lotus. The summoning signal had already been sent out and a massive number of reinforcements would soon arrive. But in reality, it seemed they wouldn't be able to wait. Bang! With a loud explosion, the mysterious race cultivator that withstood the strength of Qin Yu's fist had his eyes widen. Countless tiny blood vessels burst open on his face, causing blood to flow out from the corners of his eyes. As he tumbled in the air, he exploded into pieces. Beads of blood howled into the air, gathering together. In normal circumstances, the mysterious race that possessed an undying body would condense all the blood in their body after their clansmen were killed. Then, they would borrow the power of their clan's supreme treasure to escape. But at this time, just as the blood in the dead person's body condensed, it collapsed without warning, as if it were withstanding a terrifyingly high temperature. Massive amounts of blood mist evaporated. A twisted face appeared in the blood mist. It was the mysterious race cultivator who had been killed. He stared at Qin Yu with a look of panic and horror. Then, with a loud cracking sound, he vanished along with the blood mist. Less than half of his blood remained, but it vanished into nothingness. Impossible! That's impossible! There's no reason for you to be able to inflict fatal damage on our race. The cultivator from the other mysterious race was filled with disbelief. It didn't matter if he didn't believe him, because Qin Yu would soon send him to accompany his fellow clansmen so that he could personally experience this feeling. Killing intent drowned out his consciousness. After being dominated by a terrifying killing intent, the strength he erupted with was far greater than when he was awake. It was almost as if he had lost control of himself. When he attacked, he would not hold back at all. With the strength that he could erupt with now, killing people was a very simple matter. The cultivators of the mysterious race, who were still alive, were crushed by a powerful force with a loud bang. They had already followed in the footsteps of their companions. Their fates were not much different. Only a small part of their blood managed to escape, while the rest evaporated into a bloody mist and dissipated. The blood-red color in Qin Yu's eyes rapidly faded and the rise and fall of his chest slowed down. his heavy breathing slowly subsided. After killing the two mysterious race members, that wild killing intent vanished, as if it had never existed in the first place. But the aftershock in the air, and the smell of blood that had yet to completely disperse, Qin Yu immediately held his breath, his complexion extremely gloomy. He turned and left. After killing off two strange beasts that had been attracted by the sounds of battle, Qin Yu rushed out of the small world fragment without hesitation. This time, he didn't use the Eye of Darkness to determine where he was. Instead, he allowed himself to be wrapped up in the turbulent space flows and vanished from sight. In a situation where he was likely being tracked and the cultivators chasing him could arrive at any moment, this was undoubtedly the best choice. Qin Yu didn't know where he would appear next, so there was no one that could lock onto him ahead of time. In the shaking and bumping, he furrowed his eyebrows, his eyes cloudy and uncertain. There was a problem. There had to be some connection between him and the mysterious race. Or, to be more precise, there was an irreconcilable enmity between them that he didn't know about. Who were they? They were his enemies. Why didn't he know what had happened? Shwa, the turbulent space flows opened up and Qin Yu was thrown out. The disorderly transmission had ended. There was someone. Alarm bells rang out, constantly echoing in the air of the main hall. Everyone who had gathered here was shocked and angry. The reason was very simple. Two of their clansmen had been killed in the world Zeroth. Although this wasn't rare, in order to carefully explore the world Zeroth and not miss any corner, death was a very common thing. But this time was different. The life force of the two clansmen who were killed had mostly collapsed, and they were still in the process of being rescued. They hadn't woken up yet, so they didn't know what had happened. They only knew that before they died, they had sent out a distress signal. After knowing that the eternal flame, immortal flame, was lost in the world Zeroth, the entire clan had mobilized all of their forces to search for it at all costs. But now, such a thing had suddenly happened. This was tantamount to a wake-up call, causing the hearts of the mysterious clan's higher-ups to tremble. The alarm bells had stopped ringing, but the complexions of everyone in the main hall didn't ease at all. Instead, they became even more gloomy. The head officiator had been in there for a long time. Personally presiding over the resurrection ceremony should have been a simple matter, but the longer it dragged on, the more complicated it became. Finally, the sound of footsteps echoed out from the inner hall. The head officiator had a heavy expression as he walked out. He looked at everyone and nodded. The life force of the two clansmen has been consumed too much. Next, they will enter the rebirth spring to recover, so we have no idea what happened. Everyone in the main hall revealed sad expressions. The rebirth spring could indeed save lives. By restoring their life force bit by bit, they would be reborn, but they would be different people. The head officiator swept his eyes over everyone in the hall. He paused for a moment before continuing. In addition, in order to preserve the life force of the two clansmen, the power of the treasure has been greatly consumed. Such a thing cannot happen again. So, pass down my orders. We must find out who injured them as soon as possible. Yes, head officiator. Everyone bowed. As the only person in the clan that could communicate with the treasure, he was the key to the undying attribute of the entire clan. Although he wasn't the strongest, his status was incomparably respected. The patriarch's true body hadn't arrived yet. Right now, he was only a projection. After a moment of thought, he said, "Head officiator, the only thing that can truly harm my clan is the power of our bloodline. Many years ago, I sensed an aura that belonged to my clan's bloodline, but in the clan records, there is no information about this person." The main hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone frowned, revealing thoughtful expressions. Regarding what happened in the past, most of those that personally experienced it had already entered the rebirth spring. Even now, there were very few who knew. Most of them had only vaguely heard about it. As a secret scandal of the clan, no one dared to casually mention it. Today, in the main hall, almost all the powerhouses of the clan had gathered. When the patriarch asked the head officiator about it in the past, no matter how one looked at it, it was unusual. But unexpectedly, the head officiator's expression was calm. Facing the patriarch's question in front of everyone, he didn't seem to feel anything wrong. He paused for a moment and then lightly said, "Since the day my clan was born, the number of clansmen has been determined by the heavens and earth. It will not decrease, nor will it increase. What happened in the past was an escape from the heavens, an accident that cannot be calculated. Even the will of the Great Desolate was unable to predict it. In order to ensure that the fate of my clan doesn't suffer any twists and turns or bring disaster to the entire clan, I have already withdrawn my bloodline and erased all traces, so, what the patriarch worries about will never happen." The patriarch's projection glanced at the head officiator and bowed. "I hope everything is as the head officiator says." He turned and stepped away, vanishing from sight. Everyone bowed. "We will take our leave." They filed out. Soon, in the great hall, only the head officiator was left. He lowered his head, his eyelids drooping down, completely covering his eyes. No one knew just what he was thinking right now. An escape from the heavens would be the bane of the entire clan. It would bring destruction and calamity, finally burying everything. This was a warning given by the will of the Great Desolate. There was absolutely no way it could go wrong. So, everything he did was for the sake of the entire clan. After a long time, the head officiator slowly looked up. In his wise and bright eyes, there was a trace of confusion. Could he really have been resurrected? If there was something he couldn't figure out, then he shouldn't think about it for the time being. Otherwise, besides wasting energy, there was no use at all. Qin Yu understood this reasoning. But this time, in order to calm the tumbling thoughts in his heart, he had tried many times before he was able to do so with great difficulty. This had nothing to do with how strong his will was or how decisive his temperament was. It was likely an indescribably strong intuition that was causing mischief. Qin Yu believed that for a long time in the future, his fate would be intertwined with the mysterious clan that occupied the world Zeros. Either he was destroyed or they were destroyed. As long as one had enough strength, killing someone was a simple matter. And a clan was only made up of many people. As long as one was willing to spend time and energy, it was only a matter of time before they were all killed. As for killing, although Qin Yu didn't like it, he was already used to it. So towards killing, he didn't feel awe or find it hard to accept. Now, the more intense thought in his heart was that he had to figure out just what connection he had with the mysterious clan. Before Qin Yu could figure out why he suddenly had a group of powerful life and death enemies, the stone pagoda chose to reveal the secret it had always been hiding. This was because it was certain that there was no need for any other reason. The facts had already proven that Qin Yu was its best companion. The difference was that it knew why it wanted to take revenge, but Qin Yu was still in a state of confusion. He hadn't found the truth yet. "Master, in the past, the ones that destroyed the holy land I lived in and killed everyone around me, causing me to be sealed in eternal darkness, were the mysterious clan that you encountered before." Since he wanted to say it, he didn't hide anything. The stone pagoda only used a few words to clearly explain the entire matter. Chapter 1353. A long time ago, Qin Yu knew that there was a great secret hidden within the stone pagoda. He also guessed that the reason it was willing to submit to him and help him grow was because it wanted to borrow his strength in the future to fulfill some unfulfilled wish. This was a normal matter and Qin Yu didn't dislike it at all. He had already prepared himself. As long as it was within his ability, he would agree to the stone pagoda's request. After all, the tag Complete Collection of Answers to 100,000 Whys was very useful to Qin Yu. It had helped him a lot. But Qin Yu never imagined that the stone pagoda's enemy would be the mysterious race he had just decided to fight to the death with. Of course, strictly speaking, this was a good thing. Since they had the same enemy, they could work together and avoid a great deal of trouble. Qin Yu rubbed his temples and thought for a moment before asking, "What's the general situation? Can you explain it more clearly?" When it came to gossip, Qin Yu had to admit that he was a human. He would naturally be curious about it, but at this time, he really wasn't in the mood. The reason why he asked these questions was very simple. He wanted to learn more about the mysterious tribe through what the stone tower had said. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Since you have already confirmed that the other party will become a great enemy, that you will not rest until you die, it is of course very necessary to understand the other party's depth and make corresponding preparations. That is, if you haven't lived long enough and don't want to send the other party's head to you. The stone pagoda said, "Of course, even if Master didn't say it, I would have told you everything so that Master would have a clear idea of what's going on." It paused for a moment, as if recalling a long time ago, a past that it did not really want to remember. A long time ago, in the vast Yang world, there existed a holy land for cultivation. Its name was White Tower. Regarding the story of the White Tower, the stone tower told many, many stories. Suddenly, it was like an old man who loved to nag, talking endlessly about the past. Qin Yu didn't interrupt it. He quietly listened for a long time. His summary was as follows. In the past, Haoyang world had a holy land called White Pagoda. It was very strong, much stronger than the current Peach Garden and Western Mountain. Then, one day, a calamity suddenly descended. A group of mysterious and powerful cultivators brazenly launched an attack on the White Tower. The battle had ended, and the White Tower Holy Land had been destroyed in a single day. Then, those mysterious cultivators had summoned darkness to engulf everything. The White Tower became in history. There was only one person who was as timid as a mouse. He tried his best to restrain his aura and relied on powerful concealment methods to survive. However, through the stone tower's bitter tone and the emotional fluctuations in its voice, Qin Yu could tell that the matter of the stone tower surviving was not as simple as it had said. However, that was the gist of the matter. There was no need to delve too deeply into the details. Sher Ta naturally had his own difficulties when he didn't speak in detail. There was no need to rub salt on someone's wounds. It was obvious that the terrifying cultivators who had caused this catastrophe and destroyed a powerful holy land in a single day were the mysterious people of today. There wasn't much useful information, but it wasn't as if he didn't gain anything. For example, why did the mysterious race suddenly attack and destroy the White Tower Holy Land? Qin Yu had inquired about it. According to what the stone pagoda said, they only killed for the sake of killing and didn't occupy anything. His intuition told him that there was definitely a problem here. It seems that Master has found the key. For a long time, I wasn't able to figure out what the mysterious race's motive was. But after I came to World Zero, I determined that the mysterious race had always been entrenched here, confronting the dark world. I suddenly had a guess. The stone pagoda paused for a moment and its voice became solemn. World Zero is the place where a ruler perished. 99% of the cultivators that brave the dangers to enter do so in order to search for the things left behind by the ruler and then obtain a turning point to make a breakthrough and complete the vast Yang world. But the ruler didn't. The mysterious race and the dark world didn't spend so much time and energy here because they liked the scenery here. And a long, long time ago, the master of the White Tower Holy Land was recognized by the world as a nearly invincible existence amongst saints. He was the true saint powerhouse with the highest chance of breaking through the limit and becoming a ruler. There were even rumors at the time that he would be able to cross boundaries within 1,000 years and become a supreme ruler. Perhaps it was because he was so powerful that he provoked a calamity. A sharp light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. You mean to say that the mysterious race's sword is aimed at the vacant position of ruler, and they are attacking the White Tower Holy Lands in order to eliminate those that can threaten their goal ahead of time? Sure, Ta replied. The evidence isn't sufficient, so I don't have much confidence. However, this conjecture is indeed possible. It paused for a moment, then continued. If that's really the case, Master, with your goal of becoming a ruler, even if you don't do so today, it's only a matter of time before you do. This explanation was very convincing. The reason for the destruction of the White Tower Holy Land might really be as the Stone Tower had said. Mystery race. Dark world. Each of them was mysterious. Where did they come from? Why did they have such great power? According to what the Stone Tower had said, the master of the White Tower Holy Land already had the strength of a ruler. Such a peerless powerhouse was actually killed. One could only imagine the true strength of the mysterious clan. How could the Dark World, which could confront them in the Zeroth world and obtain the title of Big and Little King, be weak? It was definitely not normal for these two forces to exist in the vast Yang world in a nearly invisible state. Qin Yu had a faint intuition that perhaps they didn't come from the vast Yang world at all. Since the abyss existed, why was it impossible for there to be another world outside of it? From this perspective, everything could be explained. Taking the Dark World as an example, why was the number of true saint powerhouses constantly changing, and why was the status of a resident true saint so important? It was clear that there were enormous restrictions placed on true saints from the outside world entering the vast Yang world. Or perhaps they could only stay for a short period of time before being forced to leave. It was because of this that the Dark World was so eager to help the powerful native cultivators of the vast Yang world transform into darkness, allowing them to become resident true saints in order to stabilize their status in the Dark World. For instance, the Dark World and the mysterious race cultivators all had a nearly undying attribute within the Zeroth world. This was likely because the world they came from had a formidable attribute supporting them. If it was really as Qin Yu thought, then why would a group of cultivators who weren't from the vast Yang world plot to occupy the vacant position of a ruler? There had to be another reason for this. Qin Yu suddenly realized that he had inadvertently come into contact with a very, very great secret. The rulers definitely knew of this, but since they tacitly allowed the existence of the Dark World and the mysterious race, it definitely wasn't out of hospitality. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling thoughts in his chest. He forced himself not to think too much about this. Right now, all of this was just a guess. Even if it was true, it wouldn't help the current situation. The most important thing right now was to find a way to obtain the ever-burning flame. But before that, it was clear he still had a considerable amount of trouble ahead. The mysterious race had already interfered and the Dark World wouldn't fall behind. In other words, if there wasn't an accident, he would soon have to face the combined attacks of the Little and Little Kings.